Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the annual iESE Conference 2020. Before we begin, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of the staff here at the wonderful new Welcome Building and conference facilities here in Eastbourne, who are hosting the event today. My name is David Tutt. I'm leader of Eastbourne Borough Council and I chair iESE Transformation Limited. I look forward to engaging with you all virtually today and to hearing your questions. Many of you, I know, are either already or will be leaders in local government post the COVID pandemic. So I'm here to set the stage ahead of today's round of talks, which will focus primarily upon the purpose of local government in a post-pandemic world, and will also engage with partners in challenging discussions on local regeneration, community enablement, building dynamic digital services, and public adaptations to a virus-fueled environment. We'll be hearing from our iESE Certificate of Excellence winners from Cheltenham Borough Council, Plymouth District Council, and the London Borough of Barking and Dagenham. Three fantastic examples of best practice from the sector. Before we begin, I'd like to take just a moment to say that it's a really huge shame that we are not able to see you all here in person today. But at the same time, it's vital to remember that that is a small sacrifice, and it pales into insignificance when we compare it with the daily efforts of our key workers and healthcare professionals up and down the country who continue to battle this virus on the front line. The COVID-19 pandemic is a crisis like no other. Its toll has been massive, and people in the poorest communities are likely to suffer most and for the longest. It's disrupted life in every corner of the globe, knocking countries simultaneously into recession, worse than at any time since 1870. The pandemic has already changed our world. It's forced us upon a world of painful transformation, and it's changed everything: the way that we work, the extent to which we travel, the way in which we communicate, the way we learn, the way we socialize. It's rapidly changed some of our industries, it's elevated some, and it's made others almost obsolete. It's within this environment of crisis and uncertainty that local government must continue adapting the way that we deliver services to our public and to our communities to ensure that we continue to meet the challenges of tomorrow. If we've learnt anything from this pandemic, it's the importance of strong communities, the promotion of vibrant, resilient, and sustainable local communities. We've also learnt that in local authorities, businesses and charities, coming together, we can continue to protect our population, to pick up the pieces and to look after the vulnerable during this time of crisis. So, why are we here today? What's our purpose? Today, we're about learning from one another, from sharing current best practice and future practice. That is the environment that iESE has excelled in creating, one of sharing knowledge and expertise amongst local government. We're hearing today from a range of industry thought leaders discussing the urgent challenges facing local government and a range of approaches and solutions to meet these challenges. Now, at this stage, I'd like to play a message from our partner and our official sponsor for this virtual conference, Netcall. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Simon Pike.
Hello everyone and a warm welcome to this virtual 2020 iESE conference. It's our privilege and pleasure to have continued our valuable partnership with iESE. In 2020, we saw the resilience and endurance of dedicated public sector workers. Thank you, and our warm congratulations to all teams for the amazing outcomes being achieved. We began 2020 by celebrating the work by women in IT, and then celebrated alongside all the winners at the iESE Award Night. How fast things then changed. The grim reality of COVID and the burden on local government became all too real. In April, we opened up to virtual meetings and to sharing. Kudos to the councils who designed and then shared their applications with others through the Netcore community. No one of us knows how the situation will unfold as we go into 2021. We are certain of your can-do attitude and strength of spirit. We salute you and look forward to continuing to work alongside you. Today's conference has many great sessions for you all to enjoy. We wish you all a wonderful conference.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you very much for sponsoring our event today. So throughout the day, we're going to encourage you all to get involved. We'd love to hear from you, and there are several ways that you can participate. Please use the hashtag iESE Conference 20 on Twitter. You can tell us what you think local government's purpose is using the hashtag #OurPurpose on Twitter. Or finally, you can write a question or comment using the link on the website just below this video. We will be continuing to come back to you throughout the day, and we'll be back in just 10 minutes' time with John Comber, who's going to be talking about the power of purpose, the main theme of today's event. Now, that's all from me, so thank you and welcome to iESE Conference 2020.
Welcome back. We're here to talk about our purpose, the purpose of our sector. This is just the beginning of a conversation, and we hope that this will lead to the creation of new networks with common interests, and we're going to be supporting that with a new digital platform called Alchemy to help keep that conversation going. We're about to start off with an introduction on the power of our purpose, and I'd like to introduce John Comber. Some of you will know John from his role as Chief Exec at Greenwich. Some will know John for his role in Solace, but we know John because he's the grit and the oyster, the person that keeps the challenge going in the iESE research programme. John, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to speak at the conference, and thank you to David for the warm welcome to be at Eastbourne.
Thanks. So, first of all, obviously, we always talk about unprecedented times. We're probably talking about it for 10 years, but actually this last 6 months has been particularly challenging. And we're talking about the sector's credit card bill at some stage need repaying. We've had financial challenges for 10 years or more now, you know, and every time local government has had cuts, it's delivered. Can't we just carry on in that vein?
And there are many who think that it's still possible to salami-slice, to carry on with efficiency savings, and it will be possible to bridge the gap with commercial ideas and different ways of operating. But the truth is, many years in the making, the gap between need and financial and all resources in local government is never going to be closed if we continue with the current regime, the current style of local government, the current structure of local government. So actually, it was always predicted by iESE research more than 10 years ago that local government would run out of money, that needs would keep increasing, that resources would become more and more needed, and ultimately it wouldn't be possible to fund local government. So what has the pandemic done? It's accelerated that, and it means now it's in the spotlight. Local government is going to run out of money. It's not going to be able to deliver against the needs that it finds in its community, and it's going to have to do something radical. It can't go back to just being the same structure and carrying on with efficiencies and cuts.
So we've got to do something radical, we've got to do something new, and we've got to do something pretty large scale in terms of impact. So why our purpose? Why do we need to consider our purpose? Can't we just actually get on with that? We know what we need to do and move on. What's the power of our purpose for you?
The challenge at the moment is we've begun to talk about reorganisation, and there is a little in this about Emperor's New Clothing. If you're going to reorganise the deck chairs on the Titanic, is it going to change anything? The reason for purpose being a driver is to start with what really is the purpose of local public services. What are they about? Not what structure is it, what functions does it deliver? If we look at the purpose of local government, and my view would be it should be about creating and sustaining vibrant communities that can deal with the majority of their own needs, then that's a very different looking organisation to one that is trying to deliver against all of the challenges the local community faces, trying to come up with solutions for every problem the community raises. The truth is that we have a very strong local government sector with many, many dedicated locally elected members who represent the democratic process locally. And if we use that wisely and we use it with a purpose to create communities with capacity to support themselves, we will be in a much better position than we would be if we continued to let local government try and meet and be the solution for every challenge.
So that's a fundamentally different model. We're not just doing the same things in a different way. We're actually going to have to do entirely different things. So in terms of, you sort of alluded to it there, but so what do you see our purposes? And we've actually had some of our audience actually already come in with some definitions on as they see our purpose. Can you talk us a little bit about purpose for the sector and what you and others are saying?
Absolutely, and thank you for everyone who's contributed. It's, as you've said, it's fantastic to get people thinking about the purpose of their local council and engage with that. From my perspective, it is about empowering communities, it is about building community capacity, it is about making sure that we have active citizens who participate in their own well-being. And it's not just about doing for people, it's building a community that can do for itself. That means we need neighbourhoods that look after each other. We need community cohesion. We need an active engagement by people. And that's different when you're talking about the council's responsible or the government's responsible. It's a mistake to think there's a cavalry going to charge over the horizon and rescue us from our current situation. There isn't enough money and resources, and there won't be enough money and resources. And because we're seeing an impact on the high street from internet shopping, loss of business rates, which are a fundamental funder of local government, it's a more complex problem than it seems on the surface for many people. We have to find new ways of delivering services, and the most obvious way to do that is to make sure that the community can help themselves.
I mean, that can sound a little bit negative in terms of, you're withdrawing from delivering services and leaving the community get on with themselves. But I kind of detect what you're saying is it's not that. It's actually finding some way to help stimulate, help to support that vibrant community.
Without strong local leadership, without democratically elected members, without a structure that can control the environment, make it fair, equitable, accessible, and ensure that it's a safe way to interact, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
So strong local government is absolutely essential to a community that can help itself. And the ability to build capacity, people don't know what they don't know. They don't know how to do for themselves. It's not been a purpose that has been universally accepted, but we are seeing authorities, and some of those are represented today and here in Eastbourne, represented directly, which are trying to build that community capacity, are working with their residents and communities in very different ways, and we're starting to see new and interesting ways of services being delivered, not in the heart of the council, but actually in the heart of the community, with the council helping, supporting, acting as a catalyst.
And certainly for me, and I've been lucky enough to see different councils over the years, and one of my favourites in the UK, East Ayrshire, where during the pandemic they were able to deliver, as many councils were, meals out to residents throughout the period. They even got registered for the Eat Out to Help Out, which I thought was a great bit of a great touch for a local authority. But actually, what underneath it, there was something more important. They'd spent 10 years building up their community capacity, including the farming community. So actually, what they were delivering was a quality that actually they couldn't have done. And when I spoke to Fiona, the chief exec there, she said if they hadn't have had that long-term relationship, they couldn't have just turned on, thousands of meals, all the production that required, and deliver at the quality that they delivered. So I think, we're already seeing for some authorities that actually this has been a long-term journey, and actually they're starting to bear fruit in the current circumstances. So you kind of mentioned that in terms of the pandemic that we've sort of had a bit of turbocharging. What has the effect of the pandemic been in terms of helping or hindering us on the way to delivering this community capacity model, the community engagement model that you've talked about?
It certainly accelerated the running out of resources, the building of need. The tragedy of the pandemic itself has caused urgency. But what it's also proved is the necessity of local government and how strong local government is. Local government's reputation has probably never been higher in the public's view. And we've seen in the UK 19% of the adult population volunteering on a weekly basis to help during the pandemic. We have a massive civic mobilisation, people volunteering to come back into the health sector. Are we going to let that fade away, or are we going to build on it and say, we've reached a point now where everybody understands more about local government than they've ever done. Yeah. Members have a much greater opportunity to engage in discussions which are going to be lasting about how communities can interact with them. More importantly, we've got to cease expecting the government and relying on government to come up with solutions and do what local government does best. It's local, it deals with its local community, it knows how to deal with its local community. It needs to be big, brave and bold and get on with creating communities that serve and can empower themselves. And that's really reliant on all locally elected members playing a part with their deep emotional attachment and knowledge of their wards and being able to utilise that so that they can work out the best way of meeting needs without having to recourse to the public sector, having to ask the public sector to get engaged. What that will allow local councils to do is lose some of the less complex needs and concentrate on those who need it most and get out the way of those other services and areas that the public can get involved in and deliver themselves.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, there's been some great examples. I mean, one just along the coast from here in Rother, where I know that the authority was first job in the pandemic was actually taking those free meals that had been delivered to people that actually didn't need them, even though they were shielding, and taking those that did need them, needed the financial help that weren't shielding. So that local knowledge certainly has proved itself within the pandemic. So you've talked about the purpose and you've talked about enabling community. Do you have a kind of clearer definition of what that might mean for our councils out there in terms of their role? What does that encompass? What does it mean in
It certainly means they've got to move away from building strategies, plans and objectives that are based on them being a standalone organisation. They've got to work in collaboration and write strategies and plans that the public are involved in, that the public and their residents can understand how they can play a part in delivering them, and even at the most best end, they deliver them themselves without the local public service being involved at all. Now, how do you write a strategy that isn't a business objective, isn't sustaining the organisation, but get out the way and write an objective that says, community, you've been involved in this, we are prepared to work with you and use our capacity to help you to help yourself.
Yeah.
Now, it's not an abdication of responsibility. Without strong local public services, it could never work. There are vulnerable people, vulnerable communities, hard to reach communities. All of that is well understood by local government and its elected members and is easily accessible. It's a much harder challenge to build a strategy that the public will see as theirs and that they've got a big role to play in delivering it.
Yeah.
But we know through volunteering that there is a civic capacity that we can draw on. Yes, the pandemic is an absolute crisis and a terrible thing, and many have lost their lives. But at the same time, sometimes we're at our best in the biggest disasters. And it seems to me we have an opportunity for the industry now to move it in a different direction, not through reorganisation by government, but by looking at what the purpose underlying local government is and then applying that to build bigger, stronger and more resilient communities.
That sounds like a really exciting opportunity. I mean, to me, that suggests two things. One is that actually we need to fundamentally redesign every service from being something that serves the production of service to being something that serves creating that capacity in the community, whether that be a regulatory service all the way to the more obvious care services. So it's actually flipping that role and flipping that relationship completely. The other one, of course, is that someone has to have foresight. And we're in the pandemic now, and actually some people are saying we could have and should have predicted that. In fact, we even did some trial runs of how we would respond, and we didn't learn those lessons as a country. But actually, we are getting better at analytics. We are getting better at predicting what's coming down the line, whether that be fuel poverty, etc., and actually trying to plan for that. So that kind of role with the community is actually perhaps keeping your eyes on the horizon about what might come across and helping to create the capacity that will meet those things and create that resilience for the future. So that's been a great introduction, John. Thank you for that. We're going to now delve into a number of different areas of subject matter that relate to this, have a common thread to this, and we'll look forward to seeing you later. Cheers, then.
Okay.
So we have been asked to tell you a bit more about Barking and Dagenham's transformation over the past few years and the important lessons we have learned along the way. Transformation is the right word because in the past 15 years, we in Barking and Dagenham have faced a range of challenges, and as always, we have adapted and transformed in order to address those challenges. By the mid-2000s, the borough's local economy had completely changed with the loss of thousands of jobs from the Ford's plant in Dagenham. This was deindustrialization at its worst. As a result, people felt disconnected from the economy, from the community, and from democracy. In 2006, we came to a head with the election of 12 BNP councillors on the council out of 13 candidates. If more had stood, they would have taken control of the council. The rise of the far right locally gave many of us a fright. It shocked us and made us realize how much change we needed to bring about if we were going to genuinely help and win back the trust of the community. We spent the next 4 years learning to listen again, reconnecting with the community, understanding what was important and how we could work together. In 2010, I was elected to the council and we beat the BNP in both the national and local elections. This experience has shaped our approach to transformation over the past 10 years. When austerity hit, we knew that traditional salami slicing wouldn't work. So we had heard from the community and understood that they expected so much more. We knew that inequality and poverty were already far too present in Barking and Dagenham, and we knew that we had massive potential both in terms of the community and in terms of growth. So instead of taking the traditional approach, we worked with the community to shape our own future. Everything we have done in the years since has been guided by the understanding that we could achieve nothing working alone, and we have to work in partnership with the community. And by the understanding that we had to think and act radically if we are going to meet the scale of the challenge facing us. So 10 years on Barking and Dagenham is a new kind of council with a new relationship with its residents. The journey never ends and we still have a long way to go, but we believe we have learned a lot about local government, how local government can transform to better empower the community and meet the challenges of the 2020s. That is what we look forward to talking to you about at the conference, and I will now hand over to Mark Tyson to explain a bit more about the Council's transformation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Tyson. I'm the Council's Director of Policy and Participation, and in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so I'm going to talk you through the Council's transformation journey over the last few years that led us to win the iESE award for Council of the Year. It starts, I think, with the challenges that was facing the Council back in the last few years. And a recognition at the outset that Barking and Dagenham's position relative to the rest of London on a number of indicators was really showing just the extent of the issues, the barriers being faced by our communities. And we use this graph a lot to kind of keep the conversation going about how well we're doing across a range of indicators. It comes up each year at our State of the Borough conference. But that wasn't the only challenge, of course. Just like any other local authority, we were facing financial challenges and quite significant ones. And the budget gap was projected to grow to £63 million by 2020-21 if we didn't act on it. So we had both a financial challenge, just like other local authorities, but also those challenges in the community that our residents needed us to step up and help them with. So we started out by listening. So we got in a group of experts in economic development. We set it up as a growth commission, and they reported back to us with a whole series of recommendations about how to get the best out of the opportunities of Barking and Dagenham's geographic location and the availability of land and the economic potential of our people. And those very much form the basis of the strategies that we've implemented since then, including under the strap line of London's greatest opportunity, which I think we're showing that we were right to form that strap line. The chief executive, relatively new in post at the time, set about a whole listening exercise with staff, talked to hundreds of staff members in all sorts of different forms who told him their views on how this organisation could improve. And about the same time we had a local government association peer challenge, and that was also invaluable for, again, playing back messages to us. The key message being that this organisation would not sustain if we were to continue just doing incremental bits of change along the way. We needed something quite bold and quite radical in order to be able to put the organisation on a sound financial footing whilst also dealing with those challenges for our community and taking advantage of the opportunities that we had. Around about that time as well, we engaged something like 3,000 people across the borough in talking to us about the borough they wanted to see. That then got distilled into a sort of 30-year vision. We call it the Borough Manifesto, a non-political document, but it captures that sense of ambition and very much addresses those issues that were on the first slide that are really holding back our residents. And again, that comes up at each State of the Borough Conference, and we review where we're at with it. But for the council, the transformation plan we badged under the title Ambition 2020. As you see, we badged it as we all have a part to play, very much because it came out of those discussions with staff. Over 30 major transformation programmes were established. 450 staff took the opportunity of voluntary redundancy, and very much that was honestly presented as this organisation will be a very different place in 4 years' time. Really want you on the journey, but if you don't want to be on that journey, if you don't think it's going to work for you, or if it sounds like it's the right sort of place for you, then there's an option for you, and we'll just be quite open about that. And again, that honesty at the outset really played well in getting staff to buy into the journey. 715 staff transferred into wholly owned companies, I'll talk about in a minute, and 380 were transferred out into the leisure contract, and we put out our leisure centres to a non-profit provider. Overall, the programme delivered £49 million of savings and put us in the good position to be able to continue to manage the additional savings requirements that remained and continue to emerge. So over the course of the programme, to put that 4-year programme into financial context, the total savings there were £111 million cumulative against a £24.8 million capital investment. And that's the plan that we went on, and that led us to a new kind of council, as we refer to it, structure. And as you can see, it's not a traditional hierarchical departmental structure. Of course, we have one of those for pay and ration purposes, but very much how we want to run as an organisation is on a kind of collaborative leadership principles and on a commissioning approach. So to take you on a little tour around the diagram, so at the top, the blue boxes, we have our wholly owned companies. So we've got a private sector landlord operated for social purpose and ensuring that we've got a really robust, affordable housing offer for some of London's poorest communities. We've got Be First, who are ensuring that those houses are getting built. They are a regeneration partner, they run our planning function, and very much looking to really take advantage of Barking and Dagenham's geographic location, but also its availability of land and underdeveloped land and ex-industrial spaces and so on. We've then got companies that run kind of home services, school catering, and cleaning services, and that's under a trading partnership, Barking and Dagenham together. We've got a school improvement partnership, and there's even ones there that we've developed since then. So for example, we've got a district heating company called B&D Energy that we also operate. We've then got, I mentioned the leisure contractor earlier, we have a contract with Elevate, which is a joint venture provider that's just being wound up, and partly, so they ran our IT, our kind of council tax services, Revs and Bens and so on, and contact centre. Those have all come back in-house now, and very much so we're able to bring them back in-house because we've created the sort of council that could really run them for benefit and get the most out of operating them. And Elevate had done over its 10 years a great job in improving the efficiency of those services. So then we've got the red ones. The red ones here are the internally managed departments, service blocks. So heritage, that's in my part of the world. We've got enforcement services, and then you've got a whole series of clean and green public realm services that are run under, and housing management, which are run under an organisation called My Place, an internal organisation called My Place. We've also got our care and support services, operating divisions around adults and children's, and a single disability service that we created part of this programme. And then we've got community solutions, which is an incredibly important part of the council's setup, where across sort of front doors for children's, adults, housing, welfare, domestic abuse, antisocial behaviour, drug and alcohol support, a whole range of those frontline, first port of call, front door services are all grouped into one organisation. It's structured not by those themes but by life cycles, whether it's universal or targeted or support functions, so that people can get a wraparound support when they come through that front door, and that helps ensure that people's more holistic needs are being met. You see BDT Legal in purple, that's a kind of traded service, but it's obviously our own legal service as well. And then there's the bit right in the middle, which is the core. And the core's role is to oversee, from a commissioning perspective, all of that apparatus to ensure it's delivering for what the strategy our members have set for us, and what residents need. And so the way that functions, if you're a senior leadership director, if you're a commissioner in anything that might look like a department normally, you're actually in the core. And that means that we can properly get people collaborating. So, for example, using the economic muscle of our partners that are under the commissioning influence of our inclusive growth commissioners to help achieve outcomes for disability services around employment for people with learning disabilities. And the intention being that it means that whole apparatus of the council can be deployed to support any one of the outcomes that somebody might be trying to commission. So in terms of the company governance and accountability, we've got an arrangement in place that ensures that the companies are operationally independent of us, but with strategic influence over their activities. So with shareholder agreement, a shareholder panel that members are involved in, and then the key relationship is between commissioners who set a mandate for those companies, which is then translated into the company business plan, and that's the mechanism by which we ensure that those outcomes are being delivered, but with operational independence. And we're talking about relationships because the key one is relationship with residents. One of the absolutely fundamental things we needed to do as an organisation is reset the relationship with our residents, and we've done that in a number of ways, which are now a sort of core part of our strategies into the future. So one was to re-establish our relationship with the third sector, and so our infrastructure contract, we put out to tender, it was won by an organisation called the BD Collective, and they are formed as a collective of some of our leading third sector organisations in Barking and Dagenham, which means there's a real sense that we've moved from an organisation that could be a gatekeeper to one that's actually a facilitator, a network builder, and that's forming some really important partnerships with parts of the council around things such as adult social care, debt, and some of the other key issues for our residents. Everyone Every Day, we tipped in some money, we got a load of investment from some amazing funding bodies to roll out one of the biggest open participation platforms in the country. The 5 shops and a warehouse full of great kit that people who want to kind of come and participate, do things with each other, for themselves. Some of them turn into businesses, some of them are just opportunities to get involved with other residents. But it's really at the end of the second year evaluation, some amazing kind of early conclusions about developing individual agency in people and really activating them as citizens. And when they're activated as citizens, then we want them to join our Citizens Alliance network, which again is a platform we've created to allow conversations between interested residents about what matters to them in their communities. We might be part of those conversations sometimes, we might not be part of them sometimes, and it really is hopefully going to be a platform as it builds where the conversations are led by residents rather than by us as an organisation. And then finally, thinking about being a more relational council. There's been some amazing work done in our social care services about really listening to people's stories and working with them as individuals and as people with all that complexity about the story they bring, rather than trying to reduce it to packages of service. And we want that to be something that across the whole of the council people are thinking about when they're delivering for residents. And then finally, just to capture our onward journey. So we now have a corporate plan being agreed, which has been agreed, I should say, which we're now delivering based around 3 strategies. So these 3 strategies are guiding all of the council's work. And they are an inclusive growth strategy, so looking very much at an economy that works for everyone, whether it's kind of affordable housing, employment opportunities, apprenticeships, kind of welfare support, all of that. Services that build independence and promote preventive activity rather than reactive and dependency creating services. That said, of course, we want the best in class services for when people really need us, and we have to be there for them to protect and keep them safe. And all of that happening in a borough where people have a say over the way their community runs. They can get involved with their community and have their voice heard, and that's our participation engagement strategy. So that's a quick canter through the transformation journey for the council over these past few years. I hope it's been of interest. Thank you for taking an interest in Barking and Dagenham, and I look forward to the opportunity to answer a few questions at the conference session.
Hello, welcome back to TED Talk 1 on regeneration. I'm John Comber. I'm the former Chief Executive of Greenwich Council, and I have with me 3 members of the panel and 1 member virtually, who I'll introduce now. First is Jonathan Hewish, Chief Executive at Capital People. Next is Amanda Milliner, Chief Operating Officer at Capital People. David Tutt, who introduced the conference, leader of Eastbourne Council, and virtually Chris Knott, Senior Partner, Capital Law. We're here to discuss regeneration, and as Andrew Lana has said, this is the beginning of a conversation which is intended to turn into networks of people who share common interests and challenges through the Alchemy platform, which has been advertised and again will be brought to you to offer you the opportunity to engage. Regeneration is a very large subject, so I'm just going to put it in some fairly simple boxes. We've got physical regeneration, economic regeneration, and social regeneration. And some would now say virtual regeneration with the advent of social media and property platforms where presence, identity, brand, and reputation can be all important to the digital identity of an area, which can indeed influence property prices and how much people want to move into an area or businesses invest in an area. The words change over time, so physical, economic, social can be replaced with people, planet, and prosperity, but it's the same type of thing. It's about how do you make the most of your opportunities, and where things are broke, how do you make interventions that are going to work? That's all as an introduction. You can ask questions online. We'll be able to see those, and I will refer to them as we go through. But I'm going to ask each of the panel members to get involved in the discussion because of the rich depth of experience they have. And I'm going to start with Chris Knott and ask him to talk a little about his work on the future of regeneration. So Chris, perhaps you'd like to start us.
John, thanks for the opportunity. I think the reason I'm here is not because I'm a lawyer, but because for the last 10 years or so, I've worked as a member of the private sector with the Welsh Government on its economic regeneration strategy. And if I may, I'll talk in structures and then in substance very briefly. The Welsh Government is, in Wales, we have this interesting, we have devolution. So we have a layer of government above the local authorities. I say above the local authorities, but with the local authorities. They have a track record, I say, for the last decade in trying to involve the private sector in its decision making. And they become quite experienced in the method by which that works. It's a difficult thing to do properly. You've got to get the right people, give them the right mandate, and give the right levels of accountability. And at the moment, the Economy and Transport Department, a thing called the Ministerial Advisory Board, which I'm vice chairman, which is 10 people who try and assess government policy from government regeneration and economic policy with the private sector eye. When the COVID pandemic hit and we went into crisis mode, what I was asked to do was to create a sort of group aside from that, involving some of the members of the Ministerial Advisory Board, but very senior members from across Wales, very senior people in the private sector across Wales, such as the Chairman of Transport for Wales, Chairman of our airport, Chairman of our development bank, Head of IOD, CBI and the like, to give very rapid, quick advice to the government economically about the sort of regeneration policies that it should put in place. And that group reported to government, which went to the cabinet, and our cabinet decided on a four-pronged strategy for regeneration from now on, which was people, place, digital, and decarbonisation. That's based on economic regeneration. Aside from that, because I saw you talk about social, economic, and virtual regeneration, there's a separate group in Welsh Government led by the Council General that are looking at the whole regeneration much more holistically. But my focus is on economic regeneration. And what was interesting, firstly, was the unanimity that there was in the private sector about the regeneration strategy that the government should adopt. I was expecting divergence of opinion, but the unanimity was around that you can only do this effectively if you have a vision. To put it into practicalities, there is a declining pot of financial resource that one has available to deal with this. It's much smaller than the demands on it. So how does one prioritise where one goes? And the views that seem to be getting traction in Wales is around a vision for a future based on well-being. That the GVA is but one measure of well-being. It's not a GVA-led recovery, it's a well-being-led regeneration. And that the Welsh Government has basically 4 principal levers of economic levers. It has influence and can build confidence, it can build infrastructure, it can provide financial support, and it can develop skills. And just to summarise very quickly, the advice which is going in, which seems to be accepted in this regard, is that as to infrastructure, the focus is on digital and on affordable housing. And that when it comes to finance, I will not put smug face on, but have an advantage on the rest of the United Kingdom in that we have our own National Development Bank, which has worked very effectively for the last 3 or 4 years, and which is a natural vehicle for the funneling of government funding, government-led funding, whether it's match funding or not, out into the economy. And of course, as far as developing skills is concerned, regenerating FE and HE to suit all of the above, so to suit a decarbonised, digital, green, well-being type economy.
Thanks, Chris. David, if I turn to you, in terms of Eastbourne's recovery plan, how does that sit with the priorities that Chris has just outlined? Are those in the recovery plan?
I believe they are, although we use slightly different terminology. I mean, we've done a lot in terms of regeneration as a town before the COVID pandemic, but that sent us this curveball that threw all the plans out of kilter. And we set up, as most councils did, a local COVID group, which I chair, met weekly initially. More recently, as the number of infections, rate of infections reduced, we moved it out to fortnightly, we made it back to weekly, who knows, before long. But that involved all partners, so political parties put their differences aside and concentrated on what needed to be done. The police, the other statutory agencies, but more importantly, the business sector and the voluntary sector involved in that. And we put together a recovery plan, which is led by my deputy, who also happens to be the chief executive of the local bid. So we had business in there from the word go. And they put together a plan that started off looking at how you survive, then how we revive, and then eventually moving on to how we thrive. So that's the terminology that we used, John. And when I talk about how we survive, it was about ensuring that businesses had the understanding of what grants were available to them. So the council obviously played a role in that and got those grants out of the door as quickly as was possible so that they had money in the bank to keep them through the lockdown, the first lockdown. But also advice from groups such as Local Enterprise Agency on the furloughing, on retraining some people and giving them new skill sets. Then we moved into the Revive, and Revive used the expertise and the knowledge of our business partners. So we've got, in addition to the Chamber of Commerce, we've got a group called the Hospitality Association. These are hoteliers and restaurateurs, and they used, the very first step, they used their supply chain to ensure that we had access to food to help our community and the vulnerable within our community. They used their supply chain again to ensure that we had PPE for all of our businesses. And so we didn't have the challenges that some faced in finding it difficult to get hold of those vital supplies. Then that group put together a local quality mark. And so if you go around the shops and the businesses in Eastbourne, you'll see that quality mark in the windows. And that tells people that in the same way as we have here, a hand sanitizer and everything else, that those businesses are doing everything that they should be doing in order to ensure against the transmission of the virus. So that was very good. And the third part of the second stage, so survive, revive. So the second stage of the revive was setting up an online shopping facility. So local independent traders go on to something called EB1, and one EBN, and there you see local shops, and those shops deliver. So you can order online, you can pay with your credit or debit card just once, so you can shop at different shops, and those goods arrive at your house the following morning. So that helped to keep our traders working, kept them in business, and also we linked a similar operation via the council's website. So that was the how do we managed to revive. Moving into the Thrive, there's a lot of activity. The council owns certain property within Eastbourne. We're looking at creating a food street. We're looking at how we can base our marketing on our environmental credentials. So we've set the target of being carbon neutral by 2030. And we're working again with our community in order to achieve that. And so it's about what we do to market the town post-pandemic and bring visitors back to the lovely area that is Eastbourne.
Fantastic.
I think one of the things that I've seen happen most strongly during the last period during COVID is the way in which not just local authorities but other parts of the public and private sector and third sector have come together to build partnerships really quickly to deliver on the ground in a way that I've not seen probably in 20 years in local government of my time doing that. That becomes hugely important moving forwards. As I think Chris was saying earlier, there's obviously going to be less funding in the system now. We need communities to be more resilient. One of the challenges that we have is now maintaining that level of partnership moving forward. I think we've entered into them swiftly. They've built bonds really quickly. Maintaining those into the long term becomes important. But actually there's part that I'm sure Amanda might join in around, which is around that community co-production of this future direction of travel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's really important that we involve communities in the future. It's a long process. Engaging communities can be a very difficult, long process. Building trust with them can be difficult. And we talk about an intelligent customer. So if I can refer to a local estate near where I live in the Swansea, the South Wales Valley, just social housing on top of a beautiful mountain. Everybody who lives there has lived there all their lives probably, love living there. There is a need to redevelop that particular community. And when you try and engage the community, it's sometimes difficult to get them to see what it could look like. So it's a bit like talking to them 20 years ago about what a smartphone would look like when they're still using their phone with the cord. How do you get them to see what it could look like? So, yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, for sure.
When we're talking about regeneration and recovery, is there any difference? Has regeneration always been about recovery, or is the pandemic putting a spin on it which is somewhat different to how it stood before?
To me, I remember the phrase "never waste a good crisis," I think there is a difference between the two. But what the pandemic has done is it's kind of busted everything, so that you have to fix it quickly. You have to fix it now. And whereas in the past, if you take, for example, remote working, I know that's not what we're talking about, but it's a very good illustration, which is that it's completely busted the myth that working at home is skiving, and therefore it facilitates that generation of that economic activity very quickly. And now we're all moving on to the second generation of it. And I think it's the same with other elements of recovery and regeneration. Whereas we might have had to go on a slow journey, bringing people with us, it's gone bang. Okay, fine. Well, we've now got to fix that. But what I think is interesting in both the comment that John and Amanda made, and I agree with both of them, is there's a need to move swiftly. I mean, in certain regards, move really quickly without having things done to people. There's a real need to bring people with us. I say with us, to involve people in discussions, and when there are challenges, we're consulting, overcome those challenges, and have people feel that they own the future and not have it done to them. And how you do that and move quickly at the same time is, I think, a challenge I'm not sure people have worked through yet.
And perhaps that plays to social regeneration. Many would say that the continuum of regeneration is physical begets economic, economic begets social, re-termed inclusive growth to stay away from social regeneration as a term. How do you do social regeneration? How do you involve people from the very beginning in helping themselves and working with their local council to get a better state of well-being? What's the best way of doing it? What are the tools?
So it's sorry, I think my mic's not working. It's about spending time getting to know the communities. In my experience, I've always wanted to understand the demographic of the community I want to engage. So it's about connecting with local organisations and partners to understand that demographic and understand how best to reach out to them and how best to gather your data, gather your information and do your research and work with them. And like Chris said, it's not right to be doing things to a community. It's much better to co-produce the future with them so that they take ownership of it and you're understanding their needs. How can I decide what a community needs? I have to understand their needs. And it's also a little bit about managing those expectations and perhaps showing them other communities similar to theirs and what the results were for them. So it can be a long process, and I'm not really sure how we can move swiftly to achieve that in the current climate, because it does take time to build that level of trust and to really understand what the community is looking for and what it needs.
And David, what's the role of members in all of this?
Well, it starts, I think, with listening, John, rather than saying this is what you should be doing. It's listening to your community and picking up on the issues that are important to them. And the Eastbourne community has told us, I come back to our carbon neutrality objective, that they see beyond the pandemic, and they realise that the really big challenge for us all, whether in local government, national government, or just part of a community, is how we find sustainability. And that's brought together a really strong group of people who bring in all of the different lobby groups. So we've got Extinction Rebellion, we've got Friends of the Earth, we've got Greenpeace working with the Chamber of Commerce, the Hospitality Association, the Umbrella Group for the voluntary sector and the statutory organisations, agreeing a set of objectives but also agreeing plans as how you will achieve those objectives, who's taking the responsibility on each target and putting timelines around that in a project sense. So it is working with the community, listening to them, and making sure that local governments are part of that, not the part that says this is what we need to do, but part of actually rolling your sleeves up and doing the work.
Thank you. We've got some questions coming in, so I thank those virtual delegates. The first question is, are there critical behaviours that are necessary to encourage the regeneration of local public services?
Wow. So I think there probably are a set of behaviours that are really critical, and lots of them are now about looking outwardly rather than inwardly. Lots of them are now much more about collaboration. Something that we've talked about in the past has always been a skill set around emotional intelligence. So being able to adapt our behaviours to those of others, and to be able to, there's a lot around nudge economics around at the moment and behavioural economics. So that thing about how you frame discussions to get the best out of both sides, to enable people to make stronger decisions in that space. And I think that's going to be really important. Following on from what David was saying earlier, that space, taking decarb as an example, that space where in the past a housing association might look at their houses to think about how they decarbonise those. Local authorities have particular strands that they work on. I was heartened a short while ago. We hosted a collaboration session where we had local government, housing and health in the same space. And for the first time that I can remember, once again, we started to build a shared approach to understanding how we tackle decarb between us. That space where that dialogue happens, creating that environment is becoming more and more important all the time, I think.
We've got another question. What is the importance of placemaking in the context of local regeneration? And we hear a lot about placemaking in terms of regeneration.
if I could come in on this one, I think it's, now is the moment, is my personal view and the view of everyone I'm hearing. When we look at it in a Welsh context, we've got an unbalanced economy with a lot of strength down in the southeast and a lot of strength in the northeast, and everybody sees this as an opportunity to regenerate the beautiful market towns and of mid-Wales, the market towns across Wales, because the need no longer to be based within a day's commute of your office means you can, many people, not everybody, but many people have the privilege now of being able to work wherever they want. But what's critical for that is digital infrastructure. And as we all know, that's a massive subject. That's just not about pipes in the ground. That's about software. It's about learning. It's about social inclusion, because there are many people who don't have access to that equipment. How do they get equipment? How do they get trained on it? How do they become accustomed to it? But to me, placemaking is the opportunity of the moment.
And I think there's another part to that as well. So there's a major town near where I live, and it's had a bad year. So before COVID, actually, there were a set of storms, caused flooding, huge amount of damage to that space. What we've now got, though, the regeneration programme for the council rightly had been about creating a number of iconic buildings in that space. And just before COVID hit, they created 3 new buildings with 1,100 office spaces as a driver to regenerate the town. Obviously now, given the shift to home working, there's a big question about what happens in that town centre. So how do we balance that shift out of the town centre into market towns and other places, at the same time maintaining some form of regeneration in that kind of town centre, where there's now likely to be 1,100 new office spaces post-COVID without 1,100 people to work in them. So we need to be clear about how we maintain that balance across all of activities and all regeneration.
And is there something in that about how we design property so that it can be flexibly used? And is there an issue about historic property? Is heritage a problem, or is it a benefit, and is it something that you can sell?
It can be a challenge, but I wouldn't say it's a problem. So a site that we've purchased recently has got an old Victorian water tower, and it had been owned by a housing association who were going to build houses, and they didn't. So we bought the land from them. We're going to develop houses around there. We're going to take the water tower and we're going to turn that into a mixed use. So we're going to have easy in, easy out business use there with penthouses above. And so it is about looking at how you use space. Another example on place setting, on the main thoroughfare between our railway station and the seafront, at the top end by the seafront, there were a row of shops with flats above, which had become rather run down. The company that owned them hadn't been maintaining them properly. They went into administration. We've purchased the whole of that block. We're revamping the shops. We're revamping and re-roofing the flats. And despite the pandemic, we've got a considerable amount of interest in taking on those units. And we're looking to turn that section of the road into what we're calling Food Street. It already had a number of restaurants, and we've got a lot of food-based businesses that want to be in that space because they can see the opportunities going forward.
Fantastic, thank you. Another question we've got in, the importance of transport infrastructure to local regeneration. Has it changed in the light of the pandemic? People no longer having to travel, is that a permanent change? Has that changed the dynamics of transport and transport nodes to the success of place?
I think it's a red hot subject here as I sit in Cardiff, because 12 months ago our government created a joint venture with Keolis Amy to devolve the train system, a part of the train system to them. To the Welsh people listening, I'm massively paraphrasing, but devolve part of the train system to them, and to invest in a metro to connect the railway network across the whole of South East Wales, which was the regeneration project of our time, which would lead to 30-odd railway stations, new ones, and the opportunity to revive the communities within half a mile of those stations and wider. And of course, that's completely thrown up in the air as everyone views driving in a car to be a safer thing to do. 12 talking to the people close to that, and a personal view, I think this is a short-term phenomenon. I think the decarbonisation agenda will win out, and the importance of public transport will come back. I don't think there's a long-term change there, but that's just a personal view. That's not a no.
Okay.
What's clear from people I'm talking to is it's not going to be what it was, and it's probably not going to be what it is now. And organisations are trying to figure out what the future ways of working will be. There might well be an impact on these new networks or transport networks.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the metro system in Wales, so it's been part of the city deal. It's been hugely funded through that. And I know a large part of it was about connecting people from the Valleys area and more broadly into Cardiff. Actually, what's now going to be clear is that there's likely to be, instead of just people heading into Cardiff in that kind of route, much more focus on some of the building community hubs in some of the towns outside of that, so that people don't have to come through that route so strongly. I think the interesting bit's going to be what happens to the road network and how much investment goes into maintaining and building that in the future. And I know we've had a huge debate in Wales as well about an M4 relief road and whether or not that's going to be built and go ahead, and it was stopped a while ago. How do we continue that? How do we continue that investment in public transport, as Chris was saying? The balance is going to be important again.
And interestingly, we've had a challenge with the language we're using being service provision led as opposed to community development. And I think whilst we're going to go on in the next TED Talk to deal with community enablement, we should address that. How do we get community development at the heart of what we do in local government, and how do we make it so that it works and is just part of every day? And David, perhaps that's a...
It is, I think, through a network of local forums, and they're mixed. Some are residents within geographical areas, some are people with particular interest that want to set the future of the town. And it comes back to what I was saying earlier about not trying to drive the agenda, but to listen, and then to be part of that agenda going forward, and making sure that your community are working hand in hand with you, so you're doing things that they want, because that's what we're all here for.
Thank you. And when we're talking about virtual regeneration, digital identity, interestingly, in terms of community development, social media is now working. How much does that influence and sway you in your day-to-day lives? How much does the public interaction now happen through social media as opposed to door knocking, other forms?
Gosh, I think the challenge probably for anybody who's a politician, local politician, is trying just to maintain and keep up with the number of different access channels that there are to you. I mean, everybody's got my home phone number and my mobile phone number, but then there's the Twitter account, there's Facebook, there's email, there's the council phone lines, there's Instagram. It's endless, and trying to keep up with everything that's being sent to you. And people, because they put something on Facebook, expect an answer. I contacted you. So it's a real challenge for us in local government to understand just exactly the different ways that people want to contact us. And does it influence us? To an extent, but what I always think with some of those groups, like the Facebook groups, is that you tend to get very strong views from a very small number of people, and you've got to balance that with the wider interest of the entire community.
And does that play into what you were saying earlier, Amanda, about smartphone analogy? How do people engage in such conversations from where they sit and what they know?
Gosh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I
think it's fascinating how quickly positions in communities form these days. Sometimes informed positions, often sometimes not so informed. But actually, when you start balancing that out with the community leadership role that members have, actually that can be quite a challenge. How do you lead when positions are running away from you and building and forming in a social media perspective before you even get to influence that? And how then do you build that into your decision-making process in a council? The balance between those two things is really important as well, I think.
And that chimes with a question that's just come in, talking about the speed in relation to local regeneration, and Amanda mentioning how engaging with the community takes time. How do you make it work? Is it digital technology that bridges the gap? And it does seem that must be some of the answer.
I'm not sure. I don't think, for me, nothing quite replaces speaking to people. Digital communication can be very difficult in my experience. Nothing quite matches sitting face to face with somebody and having a true conversation.
But there's also that. There's a huge thing as well about that thing about opinion forming in a social setting. It can also be a factor for good in regeneration. So that town I was talking about earlier, one of the things that became clear was that it's got a cultural and artistic following that's been built up. And it's been built up more through social media than actual activity on the ground. And it's now being seen as an artistic hub of the future. And that's not because the council has necessarily driven that agenda or members, or it's because people have connected in the virtual world and have come together as like-minded people with like interests. And that's now forming part of the identity moving forwards of that town. So it's fascinating how that social space, that social media space, is driving regeneration in a different way.
And Chris, as you've said, we're in a situation now where home working has become a reality. People don't think it's skiving. That does mean technology is being used more extensively. Has that let the genie out the bottle? Does that involve more people? And does it mean we will see technology differently? It will just be part of the normal day, not part of some different process.
I'm going to, with no apologies, agree with everybody, because I think all the points that have been made I genuinely agree with. I think the big you've just hit, John, you just hit on the point, which is that the one thing that that COVID has given us is the ability to connect a very, very large number of people at a very short notice on one screen. You will know, creating a conference, for example, takes 6 months and people go to travel and go to hotels and the like. Whereas, for example, when I was doing this recent urgent piece of work for the Welsh Government, I could put together 20 leading people for 2-3 hours to have a really heated and well-informed discussion at 2 days' notice. And so that, I think, is an increasingly important tool in this debate and in this communication. But I could not agree more with Amanda that we must not forget the people who do not have access to this, who do not only don't have access to this, but don't feel comfortable using digital technology. I work as an advisor to a community group who are significant asset owners as well, and I reduced significantly the average age of this group, and they have refused to get together during the entire pandemic to make important decisions because none of them feel comfortable using this methodology that I'm using now and that we're all very, very comfortable with. I think Amanda's point that it has to be face-to-face methodologies to make sure that we really get proper engagement with people.
And we've been asked a question about the role of planning professionals in the context of holistic local regeneration and the hot potato about what the government's doing in relation to planning and whether it's taking more of the powers out of the hands of local authorities into other decision-making frameworks. What do we think about the role of the sometimes much maligned planning professionals? Are they doing a good job? Are they close enough to the public? Are they well thought of by members and communities?
For me, I think Chris, I think they've got a very important role to play, but I believe it's important that as they set out a vision of the options going forward, they remain open-minded and they listen to what the community is saying that they want in a place rather than trying to establish something that's cast in tablets of stone.
Chris?
I mean, as one gets older, you see within a few months a new government arriving, they have to shake up the planning system because it's got to move quicker. And then the moment a controversial decision comes in, and the planning authorities try and stop it because it's impeding, it's helping some people, but impeding other people's lives. Everyone says, thank goodness for that. And my own view is I think they do a terrific job. They're in their communities. Do they get everything right? No. But goodness me, we're blessed to have them, a good one.
And I suppose for me, there's a perspective about it's not just planning decisions, but it's involving the public in planning policy in a dynamic way so that the public understand what the policy is, what the options are for their decision making, and therefore can be comfortable with the outcomes and hold their members to account for those outcomes, which is sometimes a different way of working. But I think we're all agreeing they need to do a good job, and they are doing a good job. And they are sometimes much maligned, as you say, for speed of decision making. Sometimes it's hard to make particularly controversial decisions. We've had another question in about an interest in the position of members as leaders. What sort of leadership is being demanded from members? Is it no longer community leader, but more a facilitator on a journey? Ooh.
It's a really interesting question, and I think that there's a lot of truth in that final bit. It is a facilitator. I've never been somebody who claims original thought, but what I do think I've got an ability to do is pick up on good ideas and turn them into reality, and I think that's the role of a leader today. Understanding what the community want, picking up on those ideas and delivering.
Yeah, and I think leadership comes from many points in communities these days, doesn't it? So it's not just the councillor. The councillor does have that democratic legitimacy, but actually there's others. There's people who lead community and residents associations. There are people from school, from all walks of life, and everybody brings different skill sets, different strengths. And one of the abilities, I think, of local councillors is very much being able to knit those strengths together in a community, to be able to build things that wouldn't necessarily otherwise be there, and build that sustainability into that community in a different way as well.
And how do you lead and get collective leadership? Because often we hear about leaders, often we hear about mayors, often we hear about cabinets. How can that work effectively to represent all views? And is democracy inherently difficult to operate?
Was there ever a time when it wasn't?
Good answer.
I mean, seriously, I mean, I think that, the way that I do it is to invest an awful lot of time and spend time listening and talking to people and trying to draw thoughts together from different angles to come up with a solution that is acceptable to the majority.
And that diversity in perspective becomes hugely important then as well. So it's that notion that not just one person has the solution, or not just one person has the right answer. Actually, the answer is collectively found more often than not. And once again, that space for the local member to help facilitate that is really important.
I do love David's description of the leader of facilitating. And if I may throw a slightly different perspective in on that, which is that one of the things that elected members and officials have to do is work one another out and navigate one another and work out how you get stuff done, because they've got different roles and responsibilities. And successful leaders and successful members, they can't get anywhere unless they work that one out. But go back to what John said earlier on, the challenges of maintaining partnerships. Everyone agrees that there's a need to consult with communities, consult with the private sector, work with the private sector. But actually, I don't think that the private sector, which is my particular experience, knows how to work with government, local, so often, because so often the private sector, it's what you need to do is as follows, and often it's not that. And there's a difference between having that view and being able to work with members and with elected officials and working with the officials to support them and get stuff done. So I feel in the facilitation process, there's a role for more work on helping communities and helping the private sector understand how you influence and make things happen.
Well, to talk about a relatively controversial subject, if we talked about housing and housing need, it's a difficult area when you're talking to communities. There's a supply issue, there's a construction issue. What is the best way to deal with housing as a regeneration priority?
That's a really good question. oh gosh, I've witnessed how perhaps not to do it, lots. So it's for me, it's about managing expectation. So as a housing association, you'll have a budget. You can't, I've seen engagement with communities where they're asking for water slides down the mountain. It's, you know, you can't deliver that. It's managing those expectations for me. John, you're in housing. Yeah. What's your view?
So there's always a balance, isn't there? There's the housing need, showing the requirement for far greater houses of all types, both affordable and normal development, normal estate development. There's the community issue of actually we want it, but we don't want it here. There's the regeneration issue in terms of the spend, the jobs created in just developing that kind of approach. There's the question now about new technology to do that. So do you use modular builds more often? Do you build decarb into the modular builds? Different ways of doing that. I think everybody is clear that housing, both from a need perspective and an economic infrastructure investment possibility, is important. I think the question is how you cite it, where the planning, the planning function fits into that. Lots of tensions, but lots of possibilities to help us move to the future.
And does that fit into a commercial portfolio, or does it fit into another portfolio? Is it about making money in order to pay for social infrastructure, to improve the general facilities available to the community, or is it addressing a housing need? And there's that always the notion that land value is always what drives infrastructure. So how do you use it wisely?
And the answer's got to be all of the above.
So if we've looked at physical regeneration and we've seen that there's a role to play for property in that, and we've heard from David about how the council is acquiring property and using that commercially. Is that about delivering benefits, creating inward investment, getting businesses back in to the administrative area? What's driving it? Is it the commercial income from the property, or is it a wider agenda?
Again, it is all of those, John, as part of a holistic corporate plan. And so some of it's around place setting. We purchased, one of the things I'm proudest of, in fact, is that we purchased a building which used to be a large payday loan company. It was the narrowest point between our seafront and a secondary shopping area, and every time I went past it I cringed. It was preying on people who were probably the least well off in society, and it looked a dreadful statement for the town. We purchased that, and working with the community, we used it for a community group running it with artist studios, pottery kilns, print works, and so it now looks completely different. Above it there's housing, and we rent that housing out. We have a mix in terms of our housing companies, because we set up companies, and we will perhaps develop a piece of land, and one side of the road we will sell, and we'll use the profit on that to subsidise the letting on the other side of the road, where we can put families in need of housing into that accommodation. But if you walk down the road, you wouldn't know which side is private and which side is public.
Okay. We've just got a couple of minutes left, so any last comments to leave with our audience, a virtual audience? What's most important about regeneration in your view? If I go round you, starting with Chris, so some of you have got a couple of minutes. The top two things about regeneration, the top three things, very quickly in our last 2 minutes.
To me, I could talk about loads, but it's to me the one that matters is placemaking, and John completed a piece for me earlier in that this is an opportunity to regenerate in our area the towns and cities of the towns of the valleys, the towns in Mid Wales, but at the same time to deal with the crisis is going to be in the major urban conurbations, which are ghost towns at the moment, and I don't see that coming back. it's going to take innovative local authority leaders and innovative local authorities to take a bit of a lead with that, because the private sector is a bit scared of what to do. It doesn't know what the future holds in terms of regenerating the office buildings that we don't need. And we also need people like the John Lewis Partnership who are taking the lead and taking some of their big buildings and moving them into multi-purpose units, which will show us what the appetite for those is.
Thank you. David?
I would agree that it's place setting, but I'm going to put it very much into a local context, because in Eastbourne, our major industry is tourism. We don't have light industry particularly, we don't have heavy industry at all. And so we market the natural assets around Eastbourne and the environment. And so for us to regenerate, it's about getting the place right for tourists and local people together to enjoy, and making sure that that's attractive for the future.
Thank you.
For me, it's good quality, effective community engagement, enabling communities to take part in the production of their community.
Fantastic.
So for me, I'd say regeneration isn't one agency's standpoint or purview. Actually, it's everybody's, and we're all in this together. And if we don't do that, we're going to miss the opportunities of the future.
Thank you. Can I thank the guests on the panel on everybody's behalf? We're back in 15 minutes with TED Talk 2 on community enablement. See you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to TED Talk 2 on community enablement. My name is John Comber. I'm the ex-chief exec of the London Borough of Greenwich, Royal Borough of Greenwich, and I'm here with a panel, 2 physically, 1 virtually. We've got Joanne Harding, Executive Member, Adult Social Care, Trafford Council. We've got Andrew Lana, Chief Exec of iESE, and we have John Henderson virtually joining us, Chief Executive at Staffordshire County Council. So welcome to the panel and thank you for being here. You know from previous TED Talks you are able to ask questions, which I will refer to as we go through the session. And I'll start by setting out a little why we're talking about community enablement in a conference which is about the power of purpose. iESE in 2015 undertook a piece of research involving more than 100 councils that identified that there were trends of which level a council was at in terms of being a producer of services, a customer-centric organisation trying to put the customer at the heart of everything they do, and then a level 3, which was about trying to take and divert need so that the community were able to deal with that need themselves and didn't need the intervention of the local authority. And it's a very different thing to have a council that is totally in one of those levels. Normally, we found that there is a mix of those levels within every council. But what we talked about in the opening conversation of this conference was if the purpose of a council is to become community enabled, to enable its community to have the capacity to help itself, then what do you do? And this segment is really to ask the panel to consider what might a council do to enable its community, to build the capacity in its community, to be able to deal with more of its need. What can the council do to promote its other stakeholders in its geographic area to get involved in acting as a catalyst for dealing with that need? And what is the role that members and officers of a council can play directly in facilitating that to come about? Having talked about the characteristics of community enablement and what they might be, what I'm going to do is turn to each of the panel members in turn and ask them for a view to get us started on what the best way of dealing with community enablement might be. And Andrew, I suspect best to start with you. Community enablement, what does it mean to you? What has come out of the research, and what have you learned subsequently about what authorities are doing, what best practices out there?
Yeah, thanks, John. I mean, it is very much, as you say, a work in progress for the sector and never more important than now. But for me, it is about the community being a vibrant community and resilient, by which I mean in sort of the psychology definition is that when there is some kind of adversity, it bounces back quickly. Because you can't be perfect all the time. And therefore, you know, from a local authority point of view, in terms of community enablement, you have to rethink then, well, so what is my role in that? Because actually, you need to be looking at the horizon and saying, what are the things that might need resilience? And you also need to think, what are the ingredients in my community that make it vibrant? And how can I be the grit in the oyster? How can I actually make those conditions more likely to come about? Rather than, oh, I'll meet the need, or I'll produce something. So it's a very different relationship. And that's really the starting point. And you know, there are some great examples around the country doing that in different ways, and I think we're learning from all of them.
Joanna, to you, what would community enablement be, and how might you go about achieving it?
So I think for me, the first thing that local government and local authorities should do is trust the residents. I think that's a key thing and a key ingredient about, you know, how we bring about community enablement. All too often, we can be very prescriptive in local government. We do things to people and for people. But actually, if we think about some of the things that have happened throughout this pandemic and the way communities have stepped up, the outpouring of kindness and compassion, and they have found their own solutions to some of these, some of the adversities that we have faced and will continue to face as we head into winter. And certainly in Trafford, I can give a great example of the 6 community hubs that we have, where communities have come together and continue to do so. But a key ingredient in that is that we have to think about our role and relinquishing some of those powers back to communities, and a key word is trust. Yep. It's vital.
Thank you. And John, in terms of community enablement, what does it mean to you?
Well, it's following on from Jan and Andrew, I think very similar experience, and I would frame it against the experience of the last 7 months in the COVID response. And what we've been astounded by is the way that local groups have come together and have taken on, in large part, much of the response, and particularly around isolation, or reducing isolation for the clinically extremely vulnerable and other cohorts like that. I think it's been quite inspirational, and actually Andrew helped us very much when we were, and we're still working on it, is that we're what they call traditionally a 2-tier area, but actually the reality is we're a 3-tier area, because we've got parish and town councils. And those parish and town councils have a really important role because they're really connected locally. But those community groups, just come back to them for a second, it's very much, what Jan was saying, that is about trusting people and actually accepting that they're volunteers and they're not going to do 100% of what the council wants. We just have to live with the fact that maybe 70% of what we want them to do is good enough, and that they're doing it within their communities, and maybe they know best.
And I think that's a very interesting point. How much should a local authority deliver services? There's been arguments before when we've looked at efficiencies and cuts about paring back to just statutory service delivery. How do you build community capacity in a world where budgets are very tight, needs very high? Where do you start? Is it the pandemic has caused or the beginnings of a revolution, or are there other things we can do to make it happen?
I think for me, there's something fundamentally different about looking at the design of what a local authority is and how it works. I mean, essentially, if you look at the last 10 years, that we would have said, actually, we started out austerity with leaning and business process re-engineering and actually taking individual authority services and trying to optimise them to the nth degree. And then we've moved then into that customer-centric world of actually, let's make that engagement simpler from the customer's point of view. Actually, what we've done is joined up the queues, and we're doing things slightly differently. What we actually need to do is those different things that prevent demand, meet need in the first place. So you've almost got to deconstruct every service, not just the obvious ones like the care, health engagement, everything right through to the regulatory service, including planning, and say, actually, how do I deconstruct this so that the service itself is no longer needed at a fundamental level? And you can do that, and you can do it in a way that when you get that right, actually releases resource. And it releases resource to the benefit of the community. So it's a win-win, generates income and resilience, further resilience in the community, and actually reduces costs to local authority. And you've seen it in simple stuff like planning applications, where if you remove the stuff that isn't needed and put it under local control in the community, actually turns a planning department from consuming £1 million worth of corporate funding to actually generating a surplus of £500,000. That's the sort of thing you can do right across the authority. But it's a fundamentally different design principle, and it's an exciting one to deploy.
Many would say it's easy in some of those repetitive services which deliver the same thing time and again, but much more difficult in adult social care or children's services. What would you say to that?
So it's really interesting, actually, because clearly adult social care is my portfolio area, and for years we've had an underfunded and under-resourced social care, and lots of dialogue about green papers and fair funding and so on, and hopefully that will come from this. But public health now, if not now, when? Because we've all seen how public health and our colleagues in directors of public health have stepped up. They've done an incredible job across the country. But I think we talk about prevention, we talk about health inequalities, and we talk about it a lot. Let's face it, there's lots of talk, but we now have an opportunity to flick that switch to prevention. And I think about models like Good Neighbours, the mutual aid networks that have stepped up, that are about looking after somebody who might not need social care at this point, but might do in the future. But if we start doing some of that work with communities and supporting people to stay at home independently, then I think, you know, you can start to reduce the demand on some of those services because we build those resilient communities where neighbours look after each other. So it is possible in social care. And another example is really of the delayed transfers of care. For years, that has been an issue where we have battled to get people out of hospital. Incredibly, as soon as the pandemic started, people were out of hospital very quickly and into discharge to assess, into different settings where we could look at what future needs are. We have to stop putting up those unnecessary barriers sometimes. It's an opportunity to smash all that down now and think about how we do things differently.
John, as the Chief Executive, do you see it more difficult to manage in a community-enabled world, or is it helpful?
No, I don't. I would agree with you know what Joanne and Andrew said. You know, it's what we've really got is, and we talk in Staffordshire, and it's not an original concept, about the pyramid of need. So effectively, at the bottom you have the sort of services and activities you do for everyone, and then there's the sort of higher level of need where some people need them, and then there's a few people need really, you know, concentrated interventions. And the reality is, at the top of the pyramid, we're always going to be involved in that, whether it's in children's services, adult social care, you know, looking after the disabled, or in any other of the place-based services as well, you know, like highways, etc. But as you come down that pyramid, if you get it right, and it's something we're pioneering in our children's area, is a place-based approach, and the idea is to try and engage at the bottom level so that you get communities involved and you start sort of, if you can, stopping people from moving up that pyramid and needing more of those formal and those statutory services. And we found in places, actually strangely enough, because initially we thought this is how people services go. But actually the more we think about it, the more you can translate that into people. So if you're in a sort of semi-rural, and a lot of Staffordshire, but over 70% of Staffordshire is farmed. That was quite a surprise to me when I got to the county, was just how rural a county it is. And actually what we found is a lot of parish and town councils start off by looking at place-based services. So they're interested in verges and they're interested in, you know, things like that are sort of, you know, whether it's gullies or roads or whatever it happens to be. But we found if you engage with them in those areas, you can then start to talk to them about doing more about people, and particularly around when the adult social care, about that bottom tier, if you like, that thing for all, about reducing isolation. Because if you can keep someone at home and happy for longer, that's got to be a good thing.
Does the culture of the organisation need to change to do that? And is there a fear attached to being more trusting of the community and allowing them to deliver services that it puts officers working in the council at risk?
Well, I think you're right, that there is a need, and it's something that certainly I've worked really hard. I've been here slightly over 5 years, and it's actually been really interesting. I personally, my leadership sort of mantra is I regard trust and confidence as relationships. So if I want people to trust me, the first thing I've got to do is trust them. And if I want people to be more confident, and that's what I do want my colleagues and the groups, etc., to be more confident, first thing I've got to do is show confidence in them. And if you can get that right, and that you just have to accept that not everything's going to go well, and some things are going to go wrong. And when they do, it's about solutions, not about pinning blame.
What's the role of data, Andrew, in a community-enabled authority? Because there's a lot of talk about prevention, there's a lot of talk about how do you predict what's coming, how do you do trend analysis? What's data got to do with this?
There's a number of different ways in which that occurs, and I can think of authorities from John's and his colleagues in South Staffordshire that I worked with, plus Barking and Dagenham, who we heard from earlier, and others who've kind of driven that. So at a process level, if you look at, for example, what Barking and Dagenham did, they took what you might call data feeds. They'd consider them now to be data feeds, but before would have been enactioned in a process. So if someone's arrears were showed up, then that's going into a legal process. Now those are all bits of intelligence said, actually, there's a family here that might need some support. So that using it at that transactional level, but taking the current process and using it a different way. Then you get on to kind of medium term, long term, because you've got to think of it in terms of what are the things that might impact the pocket of my vulnerable in the community, whether they be businesses or people. And you can start to think about, if something happens, then what am I going to do? I may not know when it's going to happen, but you can start to scenario plan. You know, it would have been nice to scenario plan for a pandemic, wouldn't it? And actually, but if you start to think about those things, not just the plane crashing and the civil kind of response, but the equivalent of that, things that then, whether it be a large weather event and so on, actually start planning those through. And that starts to look at your kind of response and resilience as a whole and what you need to support that. And then, of course, there's long-term trends, things that you can see creeping up. We talked about the environment in the previous session, but actually, you know, do plot where you think the trajectory of costs of energy and costs of food and so on are going to go, and look at what that means to the shopping basket of your communities. And actually, if you then reinvent your procurement resource, you can actually start to apply that as a solution, a community service, rather than an internal regulatory service that's just ticking the boxes that you followed the right procurement process, which frankly we can automate a lot of anyway, and you can get then huge, great value out of that for the future of your community.
Can I kind of talk to both the points that were raised then, really? So I think for me, if we think about data and if we think about the role of the community, so one of the things that we must do as a council is think about the language we use to make ourselves accessible to communities. Because I think what's really important is if we ask people to take responsibility for their own health and well-being, and then we go, oh no, sorry, you can't do that. And if we talk about health inequalities and we look at the Marmot Review 10 years down the line, it's still saying the same things, if not worse. But none of that means anything to a family that's living in one of the most deprived wards. So Trafford is seen as an affluent borough, but it masks a lot of the poverty that is happening across Trafford. And what we need to do, so I think about the constitutional structures that we have, even that language, constitutional structures. If I was to say that to Barbara in my street, she would look at me like I was crazy. But we have a Health and Wellbeing Board, and under those boards we have the sub-boards of Start Well, Live Well, Age Well. We have a Health Scrutiny Committee. We invite the public to come along and we speak a language that nobody understands. But ultimately we say to people, take responsibility for your own health and well-being, but we speak a language and jargon that nobody apart from ourselves understand. So I think if we talk about community enablement, a key thing we need to do is the trust is essential, but language is absolutely essential, and we have to speak in a language that people understand. So if you talk about years of life lost, what does that mean? What it means to somebody who's living, for example, in Clifford, one of our most deprived wards, it means that if you don't eat well, if you live in a house which is damp and you have fuel poverty, if you are in a poorly paid job, that you will lose years of your life and you will live in ill health. But let's spell it out in a way that people understand and then support people to live better lives. It's just something I will always bang the drum for, the language that we use with our communities.
We've been asked a question about, given the local metropolitan election in 2018 only saw a turnout of 32%, how can local government become more relevant to their own communities? And certainly some of the research I've done around the future role of members for iESE has indicated that a lot of people wouldn't be able to pick out their local councillor in an identity parade. How do we get the role of local councillors appreciated and seen for what it really should be? How do we do that?
Well, do you want me to start as a local councillor?
I was going to say, sorry. I think, if I just may, sparing Joanne's blushes, I think councillors' reputation has gone up during this pandemic overall. I genuinely think that people now look to local government in a different way to perhaps what we did. And I'm not making a party political point. Local government has delivered, as a sector over the last 7 months. And we've all done it, regardless of whether we're metropolitans or whatever we happen to be, cities, counties, districts, people have really turned to, and it's been a really inspiring thing. And I certainly see it here. And our politicians talk about it. It's going to be really interesting. We've got a county council election next May. And of course, it's going to be a really unusual county council because we don't actually know how we're going to be able to hold it yet. But the reality of life is, we'll be interested to see what the turnout, because we're also sitting about 30% normally.
Well, I think absolutely right. Lots of councillors have stepped up. They're certainly more visible. And I think I read it yesterday about an LGA survey that 71% of the people who responded were generally satisfied with their local council. I think it's more about the accessibility, being transparent, and again, language. But remember that as councillors, you know, so a council is me, you, we, everybody. I'm a human being who lives in my community. So the services that we provide for other residents, I am also, you know, somebody that is in receipt of some of those services for some of the time. So I think really it's about a more human approach to local government, but you're absolutely right, local government has stepped up. And I think now the day where we, you know, the whole devolution agenda in Greater Manchester, where I'm from, looking at how we find our own bespoke solutions to the things that matter in our communities.
And John, in terms of staff, are your staff community ambassadors? Do they have a way of reporting back into the authority what they're feeling, what they're seeing as custodians and service?
I mean, it's been a, you know, I would share with you that, you know, I'm relatively new to local government. This is my first turn in. Prior to that, I spent slightly over 30 years in the army. This is a really different organisation to what I'm used to. Over 80% of my colleagues live and work in Staffordshire. So they're Staffordshire residents and, you know, so therefore they are ambassadors. If I could just go back, I think Jan's point about language is really important. I happen to be a linguist by background, and I think it's so important. And I think there's that external language to residents, but there's also an internal language. And it is, and having been a newcomer to this, it's interesting that the language of local government is not empowering. We talk about holding people to account and oversight and scrutiny. These are not empowering words and expressions. And they're really important, and it's really important we do it. But I think if we want people to take that thing and be that ambassador and do the right thing, we have to say to them, it's okay. You know, I've got you back.
And are we slipping backwards in local government with some waiting for the government to tell us what to do rather than just taking responsibility and getting on with it? I know, Andrew, you've got some views on this.
I think there's two. I think both are true. So if you look at the good bit, I think the way in which local government has been moving towards community enabling actually has been for a little while now. I think there's a lot of rich lessons there, and actually more that we can do to share those right across the UK. I mean, I'd like to I think the Scottish experience of the community plan and that being the centre of the world for them. I mean, it was a revelation when I spent a day with colleagues at East Ayrshire looking at their plans for what they were going to do. If I'd done that in an English council, you would have started with, this is our budget position, this is the amount of money we're going to save, and you'd have worked on out. We spent the first half day looking at the data analytics, looking at where the future needs of the community, looking at what the community is saying where their plans were, and then in the afternoon we got down to then, okay, so what do we do about it? What does that mean financially for us as a council? So I think there's lots of really good things about, not asking for permission, getting on with it. And I think up to the pandemic, I think that was true. I think there's some aspects of the response in the pandemic where I think because we've been reliant on government guidelines, there's been a sense at which we've got to do what we're told in the way that we're told to do it in some aspects, whether that be the protocols, etc. That I think we've lost something. I think the bit that we lost is the ability to look for best practice outside the country in particular. And I think and we'll come on to it later, don't want to steal the thunder of the later session on the panel. There are lots of solutions that have been deployed locally around the world that frankly remove risks of surface to human transmission and stuff that's coming along in the last month or so that remove the risk of aerosol transmission in buildings. And we haven't done what we would normally do, which is to grab those best practice lessons and steal them and apply them locally. We've been very insular as a sector in that regard. And that's not to decry the huge efforts that have gone in. And I think if there were one thing that I waved the magic wand on, it would be getting that international best practice and employing it now.
When we talk about community enablement, there's a danger that we're talking or seem to be talking about abdication of responsibility, about moving back because there isn't budget there and leaving people, vulnerable communities, hard to reach communities in more difficult circumstances. How do we deal with that when we're asking people to become more active citizens, that it isn't just seen as we can't deliver services, so we're just moving away? How do we stop that being one of the ways people might see an initiative like community enablement?
For me, there's a culture and behaviour issue in the authority and in the community, because there's a compact between two. It's certainly right with those councils where they are truly living community enablement. You can see it, touch it and breathe it in how the staff work and how they behave. And when you go out into the community with them, it's the community are running the community. You can see it. They are running their community, and officers are coming in to support them. And it's like old friends have come into the room, and and so their community plans that are coming up, they are really meaningful. And actually, if anything doesn't fit that, and then it's not about, it is plans plural. It's not a plan for the local authority area, each community. And so you can see it, touch it, and feel it. But I think to me, it's the behaviour. And I think other colleagues in the sector, Donna Hall and others, talk about seeing people as units of need is the traditional approach, and actually moving to actually think about strengths. This is going, I guess, a step beyond that and seeing the community and trusting the community to create that strength. And you're actually just sort of facilitating that. And once it's getting going, you need to be able to stand back and let it happen.
There's a question about communities that suffer from the highest levels of deprivation and need our help the most. How do we effectively engage these groups in the conversation? How do you get to those groups?
So I think for me, and it talks to some of the points that Andrew made really about the areas of innovation and some of the international examples. My fear is that we are so busy firefighting at the minute, and we're so busy dealing with the crisis as it unfolds and we go into another lockdown, that we are sometimes going to we're going to lose sight of those areas of innovation. So it's business as usual with crisis and firefighting, but actually we're not looking wider because we're all kind of down that rabbit hole, and I do understand that. But I think to your point about engaging some of those other communities and then finding solutions, it is about culture, and it's about how we commission. Again, we commission because we think it's what people need. Whereas actually, one of the things when we put a leaflet out about the community hubs, we spoke about things like language. Have we actually got that leaflet out in a language that people understand? Have we, we think that everybody is digitally connected and they've got access to the local Facebook pages or a Twitter account. They simply don't. So by going in and working with some of those faith-based communities, because a lot of our communities, again, are like Clifford and Longford wards, where we have the mosque, we've got a big Polish community, we've got Jewish communities. We have to think about the way we engage, make it a bespoke offer, and not just the local government standard, this is how we do it. It's having a different message to meet the different needs of different populations.
John, when you're dealing with town and parish councils, that must make it a far more interesting proposition.
Well, it is. I mean, there's over 250 town and parish councils in Staffordshire. And so it becomes quite a complex. But again, it's that thing of not trying to control it all. And it's really interesting, just breaking up on what Joanne said. It's not just about the language and the way, it's actually about the approach. And I'd cite two examples. One was before my time and one that was kept going in my time. And it was youth clubs, youth service, and then libraries. And as a result of austerity, it was decided that they were going to be, effectively, we were going to hand over all the youth centres, get out of formal youth provision, and we would try and do as many community-led libraries as we possibly could. That kind of developed as we got into a far more sophisticated approach. And the youth service has been a real success. I'm not going it because it's before my time. It's now doing far more Duke of Edinburgh awards than it was when it was under our control, and it's run entirely by local, local groups and local individuals. The trick is going to be keeping that going once the initial people start to sort of drop out of that, and keeping that supply chain, if you like, of good people. But the libraries is a really interesting one. Generally speaking, if you try to do a community-based library in an affluent area, you will be sort of surrounded by volunteers wanting to do it. And that's not a problem. But you won't get that necessarily in such a deprived area. And so what we've worked with is one of the mental health trusts that we deal with has taken on 5 of our libraries. And so there was a political decision that we were not going to close any libraries. We had 43 libraries when we started. We've still got 43, but 26 of them are community run or run by health trusts.
Wow. When we talk about working with partners, health and others, is that successful? Have we cracked that? Is it working well? And if so, what are the lessons to learn about partnership working?
I don't think we've got it quite right with health and social care. So we talk about integration, it's not quite there yet. So for example, we, right at the beginning of the pandemic when we had the clap for carers and so on, and then social care was just missed out. We had a badge. Then it's been brought back, and thankfully now social care is on the agenda, which is great. It's better than it was. I think there are lots of good stuff. We shouldn't be negative about things. There are lots of good stuff that's happening, really. But I think it's about, I go back to my original point when we opened, this is really about trust and allowing people to try and find the solutions. So I think of two national campaigns that happened. So we had the NHS Good Sam launch of that app, and there was a phenomenal response of people wanting to volunteer, and there's a huge database of people that are still on the NHS Good Sam app. So that shows you there's an outpouring of community kindness, compassion, however you want to label it, but people want to help. The other thing is the Marcus Rashford free school meals. It was, again, a phenomenal response to people recognising that children need feeding, but the wider debate is around wider poverty. It's not just about food, it's about you can give people a food parcel. If they haven't got any fuel to cook it on, then how does that solve things? If kids haven't got a winter coat or winter shoes. But actually, the strength of those campaigns resonated with people. So I think it's about our messaging. What is it we're trying to achieve? How do we bring people with us? And more fundamentally, trusting people to have a role in that, believing that they can do it. And as John said earlier on, we might not get it right all of the time, but we have to give it a damn good go and try it. And this is what we've done throughout this pandemic, and we have to build on that.
We're being asked a question about, are strong communities nice to have, or do we need to recognise that local communities have a fundamental right to health, a decent standard of living, and most importantly, to determine for themselves how to achieve these goals? Are they nice to have, or do they have rights?
Well, I think yes, they should be viewed in that way, because actually the power should be with them. So it's got to be a right, hasn't it, from that perspective? I think to come back to your previous question also, it's about that right is of course much more easy to achieve in some communities than in others. Interestingly, if you look at some of the genesis of the Barking and Dagenham work, it was their analysis and understand that in-work poverty was one of their key issues. If you look at East Ayrshire, it was depopulation of towns because of the history of deep mining. So actually, where you are seeing some of this great flowering of community enablement, it is in some of the most intractable areas. So I think that does show that those authorities have recognised that is a right for their population, and actually they're going about doing something about it, but in a very different way. And obviously in John's case, there's that three-tier version. So there are lots of different versions of it, and say in Scotland it's across public sector statutory basis for it. So I think there's a lot that we could learn from each other, not universal lessons you can apply everywhere, but you could actually take bits and say, actually that bit will work for my community, that'll work for my community, and it might be different elsewhere. But if we can share those lessons, I think we can deliver the rights, and actually really also help people to take that responsibility as well that goes with it.
Some think tank work suggests that it's about ceding power to the community, and if you give them power, then they're going to be able to do for themselves. Is it that simple?
Well, I'll use the example of the community hubs, if you like, in Trafford, because I think it's not that simple, and people will always need support, but it's about what levels of support you offer. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw lots of leaflets going out with individual mobile numbers, little WhatsApp groups being set up, but one of the things was about how do we make sure some of the more vulnerable people were protected in communities and weren't potentially being scammed, as sometimes happens. So Trafford made a decision that it wasn't going to be an officer-led offer. I got the voluntary and community sector together. They're best placed to know what their community needs. Friends of Stretford Public Hall, they took the public hall over as a community asset. The work that they do there has been incredible. So I think it's a bit about, what do people need support with? Do they need to access funding? Can we support them with that? Do they need support with some of the logistics and practical things? But it's not, of course, it's not easy just to say, right, over to you. It should be that reciprocal and collaborative relationship. That's ultimately what I think the goal should be, local government working with local communities to find the solutions that they need.
We've been asked the question, is the issue around moving money from local government directly to the community? Should we give the budgets to the community to spend?
I think that assumes, first of all, that we've got a budget to give, and that's the difficult one. And also the fact that they would then necessarily do the same things that we have done. And so I don't think either of those two things are true. I think that actually, again, you have to look at it as a way of deconstructing what we currently do, releasing that as much of that resource as you can, and putting the power of that into the community. But you've got to evolve the community in the design of that. You can't just go, here you go. So there's certainly when we've seen the way in which authorities have looked at, for example, how their localities teams work, which is actually doing anything, what they've done is involve local business, local communities in working out what that service is and how it works. So even the transfer has been co-designed, if you like. Actually, what that's done is release more resource. So the sort of resource that's coming out in the pandemic, actually authorities that have gone down that co-design, we're already releasing resource from the community several years ago in some particular cases that we've seen. So I don't think it's about taking a box and shifting it from one side of a wall to another. It's about knocking the wall down and saying, okay, how do we design what's going to exist here afterwards together?
I think if I could just come in and say, the thing about the rights is really interesting, and that conversation about, it is a conversation, because when you sort of, an ethicist would tell you there's 4 elements to a right. There's the person claiming it, there's the person receiving it, there's what they're claiming in terms of the right, but there's also then, what they're going to do to earn that right. And so therefore a right is a relationship, not a sort of one-way thing. And I would say the same around the budgets. And I think that's where we need to get right, and we try to with the parishes and with these, and actually in this COVID response, often it's just neighbourhood groups that have come to us and said, we'd like to do more, we'd like to sort of represent our areas and help out. And I keep coming back to that thing and say, they're not going to do 100% of what we want them to do, because they're volunteers. We need to accept that they say, we want to do this much, which that's fine, we'll do this bit, you do that bit, and then let's have a conversation about it.
We've been asked another question, how has the role of local government changed and the dynamics between the council and the community? And in that, I might add, are local elections sufficient accountability for councils, or do we need other things in place? So in that regard, there's been some talk about job profiles or role profiles for members, the potential for published performance standards. Now, there are some that agree with that and say, normally on the officer side, and say that makes more sense, it makes it clearer. Others that say it's a political role, it's not about being an officer and being subject to the same issues. So wrapped up in that, has the role of local government changed? The dynamics between council and community, is there enough accountability?
Well, as somebody that is in the hugely privileged position to be an elected representative and have the portfolio for social care, I want to be transparent, accessible and accountable, and I certainly believe that should be a given, if you like, for a local councillor. The question about has local government changed, it's had to change and it's had to adapt to a pandemic situation. And I think, certainly, again, I can only speak from Trafford, there's definitely been a cultural change in some of the officers around how we engage with communities. And let's face it, we've all had to work very differently. The town hall, which is seen as the beacon and the ivory tower of local government, people aren't working at the town hall anymore. Lots more people are working from home. They're having to adapt. And as I've said, we're all human beings trying to get through this the best way that we can. I think local government has changed. lots of positives that we have to build on, and connecting with our communities is going to be critical over the next couple of weeks and months as we go into winter.
I would just come in, if I may. I think we get really excellent value from our councillors. I am utterly astounded how much time they put in for the reward they get, both financial and some of the stick they put up with. And actually, while it's important there's openness and there's transparency and all the rest of it, I think we've got to keep, attracting those public-spirited people to come into local politics and represent their places. And I think that's an area where we sort of probably need to sort of put an awful lot more effort going forward. And I know that certainly, we're going into an election next year, and it'd be interesting to see who, because at one stage in Staffordshire they didn't like the idea of what they called double hatters, people who were boroughs and county councillors. In some areas we haven't got much choice because there aren't that many people for any of the parties coming forward to stand, and I think that's the worry for local government. And I think that the people we've got are absolutely outstanding, but we need to keep that supply chain moving.
We've got another question about digital communication, and does it cause more isolation for some people, and how do you communicate to those isolated people? Certainly there is much more reliance on digital across the board. Certainly now with home working, there's a lot of reliance on digital home working. Does it cause isolation, and how do you overcome it?
I think you get to choose, and that's I always say in this organisation is that before the pandemic, although we'd been sort of pushing on smart working because we are a 77% female organisation, average age of 48, smart working suits my colleagues. It works well for their lifestyle, and I think it was more a cultural approach we took to it than a technology-led approach. But even then, before the pandemic, we were pretty much over here on that everything was happening face to face. Now we're pretty much over here, where pretty much everything is happening virtually. That pendulum will probably swing back. Where it stops, we get to choose, and what we need to choose is which activities it is that work best face-to-face and which activities we can keep online. And I think that goes down to the isolation, because for some people, it's absolutely super. They really like it. For other people, they really struggle with the idea of not having that interaction. And I would say I'm in that latter camp. I really like being around people.
For me, it's actually, you can see both. Don't forget, it's not just digital communication in the sense of, we're talking to each other or email and social media. I mean, you're talking about technology, monitoring alarms in the home that give people independence. But in that context, if it's just remote monitoring, that can create isolation. Actually, without the community involvement in that, actually you can create someone who's perfectly able to look after themselves more and monitored from a distance, and that's it. And that would be terrible. On the other hand, you've got great examples of where digital approaches have given a voice to vulnerable communities. And the one that I love the most, is a great fan of, is Mind of My Own, the app that's used for children going through the sort of system. And that enables those children to say how they are, how they're feeling, good and bad, and actually gives the authority effectively an intelligence on what their young people are thinking, and actually being able to respond to it more effectively. So you've got both sides of the coin. As long as you, when you're planning out what you're doing, actually recognise that what you're trying to do is use that communication method to give voice to the different communities, and you follow that line, I think you can be really successful. But if you don't, you do suffer the danger of, the technology is monitoring the person, I don't have to talk to them, and that would be a crime. So it's I think that we're going on the right path personally, but there's more to do.
Well, we're down to our last minute or so. Any last comments that you would like to make?
I think, just going back to the digital, really, it does work for some people, absolutely that. It isn't the answer for everything. Lots been said about digital connections. It's not the answer for everything. You can't be having that human contact. And just to round up, as I've said, really, it's about learning from some great examples that we've had over the last couple of weeks and months, and shining a light on our communities and saying, do you know what, you've done a fantastic job. Let's have some more of that.
John, any last comments?
No, I would just reiterate exactly what Jan's just said. I think that's spot on.
Thank you. So with that, I bring this TED Talk to an end. The next session will be a live Q&A with Certificate of Excellence winners and the UK Council of the Year. I look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Darren Knight, Executive Director for People and Change at Cheltenham Borough Council. I'm going to run through a short presentation on how Cheltenham Borough Council won a Certificate of Excellence for its use of using the LinkedIn platform to support its business objectives, to raise its profile, to support strategically important projects, promoting the council as an employer of choice, and improving our business-to-business engagement. For those of you that are not familiar with LinkedIn, LinkedIn is a social media platform for business-to-business and networking. Cheltenham Borough Council has a profile, and if you don't follow us already, then please take the opportunity to do so. Back in 2018, Cheltenham Borough Council's LinkedIn profile had never had any content posted. We had, though, a following of about 2,800 people. And at the time, the opportunity of LinkedIn was not fully understood within the organisation and the benefits it could bring. And we had little experience of using the platform to its full potential. At the time, we also recognised that we have a big agenda and a number of major initiatives that we're looking to progress. We are looking to make Cheltenham the cyber capital of the UK, building a cyber innovation centre. We've also committed £100 million to build, increase the supply of housing within Cheltenham. And we've got other major projects also in the pipeline. We also recognised that we needed to look to see how we can make Cheltenham the employer of choice and promote local government as a career. And we also wanted to improve the way we communicated with businesses in Cheltenham as well. So we had 3 areas that were of particular interest, and we felt that actually LinkedIn could be a platform to help us achieve those objectives. We set ourselves a number of objectives to support our approach to LinkedIn. The first one was to just grow our number of LinkedIn followers by at least 50 a month using organic means. So we weren't looking to pay for any content. We would look to create content that was engaging, that increased the number of likes, shares and followers to enhance the reputation of the council as an innovative, progressive organisation. We would use LinkedIn to provide opportunities to promote the council's strategic projects through improved profile raising, such as around our plans to make Cheltenham the cyber capital of the UK. We wanted to help position the council to attract potential job applicants. We also wanted to use LinkedIn to add value to our business-to-business communication efforts. We identified 3 success measures, which was the number of new followers to our LinkedIn profile per month, how many conference speaking opportunities were arising to talk to local businesses and also to support our major projects, and also understanding what the stakeholder perception of the council was in terms of our sector profile, business profile, and how we were coming across to potential job applicants. So those are the 3 measures of success we would put behind our corporate LinkedIn efforts. We used a technique called conversion rate optimization. This is how we looked to see which type of content would give us the best levels of engagement on the platform. So the first example on the slide is where we used tagging. So when we post on LinkedIn from our corporate account, we will tag in the individual referenced or the organisation that generates likes and shares, and we'll also may tag in other related individuals to help again boost that organic content. That's proved very popular if you do it in a targeted way. As a council, we do produce various corporate publications, and rather than linking to a PDF, we use Flipbook software to improve the user experience of our online publications. We also use functionality within LinkedIn, including the Invite Connections functionality. This allows you to invite people you're connected with to follow your company LinkedIn page. That also proved very effective. We'll use infographics to convey data or complex information in a simple way. We don't post, for example, without a picture, a video, or some content. We'll also use more video to give a good content mix between different types of posts. We'll also share news that we're tagged in from other organisations we're working with. And we'll also feature when we hit national radio or television. We'll make links to iPlayer, for example. One of our main objectives was to improve our business-to-business communications. So we use LinkedIn to advertise any commercial properties we've got available to let. We will use LinkedIn to advertise our licensing training courses that we run. And we also feature various case studies of Cheltenham businesses that we worked with to help them with their businesses. And I'm really, really pleased to say we've had some really great feedback from Cheltenham businesses. And an example of feedback we've had is referenced within the quote on the slide. We encourage our employees to use LinkedIn because we think it's a really valuable place to learn, network, and find different ways of working. And this slide just gives you some examples of our staff using LinkedIn to talk about their work and also engage with businesses and other stakeholders we're working with. For us, really promoting Cheltenham Borough Council as an employer of choice is really, really important. And we use the platform to showcase what it's like to work for Cheltenham Borough Council. So, for example, where we've achieved accreditations such as Disability Confident Employer status or the Talent Charter, we use the platform to illustrate those accreditations. Where we've got award success, those things will be published. And also when we do various other activities where we engage our employees, and that's an example of some community work some of our property team are doing on the right-hand side of the slide. Obviously, as part of our approach to recruitment, you can see the example on the left-hand side of the slide where you've got what our job adverts used to look like. And with some simple changes, these are what our new LinkedIn job adverts look like. We also tag in the manager on the job adverts if they're on LinkedIn, and again, that helps promote those jobs to be shared within those professional networks. On some jobs, we may tag in what we call influencers. So this role is where we were looking for a head of planning, and we tagged in the chief executive of the Royal Thames Planning Institute, and Victoria then shared our job post with her professional network, which helped raise the profile of the vacancy we were looking to fill. So this can prove effective, providing you don't overdo it. For us, engaging with businesses in Cheltenham is really important, and our use of LinkedIn has then created requests for officers to go into different business groups and talk about some of the council's work. For example, we've been asked to talk to the Chamber of Commerce, different business networking groups, and also this provides us with the opportunity then to make businesses aware of the opportunities that may become available with projects and initiatives we have in the pipeline. The data, really, really important to measure success. As of August 2020, we had the second highest number of LinkedIn followers on our company page out of the district councils in the UK. I'm pleased to say we've grown our following by about 89% in 2 years. Our following on LinkedIn grows by about 121 followers a month. So that's really important because that shows the content that we're publishing, the way we engage with LinkedIn is actually of interest to people, and that's evident by the increase in following that we've managed to achieve and also sustain. But we also think about how we can get more value from LinkedIn, and so we've arranged for our LinkedIn, we've arranged for our building control service to have LinkedIn training about how they can use the platform to get potential leads for the building control service. So it'd be really interesting to see how that work pans out over the next 12 months. I think it's important to mention that resources in local government are under pressure, but we have, with a small communications team, really improved our capability over the last 2 years. We can easily create quite good eye-catching content. We can effectively create and edit short videos in-house. We're really proficient and aware in how to use tagging of individuals and organisations on LinkedIn to drive that organic engagement. We're proficient in using the page flipping software, which improves the user experience of our publications we publish. We're also really familiar now with the LinkedIn functionality and analytical tools. And importantly, going back to the point about conversion rate optimization, we're really clear about what types of posts and content will generate the best level of engagement on the platform. I think it's really important that whatever social media platform you use, whether that's Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, or Facebook, you're really, really clear on the purpose of the platform. So not just posting content for the sake of it, there's got to be real purpose, and really think about the audience you're trying to engage with. Also, the use of LinkedIn has really helped refine our sector profile raising skill set, especially this has been really useful when we're looking to progress some of our major projects. Really important part of our journey is the investing in training and development. We have brought in an expert trainer, so Helen Reynolds was brought in last year to work with our comms team to help refine and develop, improve their approach to how we can do more content creation and social media engagement. And that training has been highly effective. We've also recently brought in Luann Wise, a LinkedIn training expert, to work with their building control service. I think it's really important to recognise that resources are under pressure, budgets are under pressure, and you don't have to spend a lot of money. I think there are lots of tools available to help communications teams create engaging content, and here's a few examples. So Canva is a tool we use often to create imagery or graphics. We use Pic Collage to help us edit photographs. Powtoon is for animation. Filmagora Go and Viva Video are there to help you make videos. And Issue is what we use for the page flipping software for our publications. I think everybody's really busy in local government. There's always a lot of pressure and pressure on resources. But I think for us, the learning has been you don't have to necessarily put a lot of time and effort into things. It's more about doing things a little bit differently and also making best use of the tools that are available, especially those free tools that I mentioned on the previous slide. Thank you for listening to the presentation. If you want to connect with Cheltenham Borough Council, please do. And thank you.
Hello, my name's Chloe Hughes. I'm the Engagement Programmes Manager for The Box, and today I'm going to be talking a little bit about one of our recent projects called The Box on the Box. So first of all, I'm going to try and share my screen with you. So The Box on the Box has been a recent project that we've delivered as part of our work in 2020, and the project used our moving image collection to help us to reach isolated people, particularly during the height of the pandemic. Before I talk more about the project, I wanted to give you a little bit of context about The Box and who we are. So this is The Box. The Box, formerly known as Plymouth City Museum and Art Gallery, is a museum, gallery and archive for the 21st century. We were due to open in May of this year, although obviously world events overtook us, and so our opening had to be delayed. It's a fantastic space. There are a number of permanent galleries and temporary galleries, and it brings together the Box's collections, so from our Southwest Film and Television Archive to the Southwest Image Bank to the Plymouth and Devon West Record Office, all of these amazing collections that share and showcase the city's heritage all together under one roof in the former museum and the extension to the former museum, providing the perfect location for our work. So when you visit The Box, you'll notice that we have collections that span a range of subjects. So when you first arrive, you'll be greeted by the most stunning figureheads. You can get a sense of the size and the scale of these figureheads here, and they are suspended from our ceiling within our South Hall main entranceway. And the figureheads really set The Box up to talk much more about Plymouth's link with the water, and how water and industry around water has really shaped the Plymouth that we know today. There are also a range of collections relating to natural history. So here you can see an image of our Mammoth Gallery. Our Mammoth Gallery is particularly popular with lots of families, but is a really great opportunity for people to delve into the natural history within our collections and learn a little bit more about the world around us. We've also got beautiful collections of art. So here you can see one of the large decorative art cases within our art gallery, but we also hold a large number of paintings, prints, decorative arts work within the collection, much of which is on display. And again, we have a high number of collections that are within our stores as well, which we hope to bring out in the future. Again, this gallery looks at the stories of people who have left Plymouth and travelled the world, and looking at those stories through a range of different contexts and perspectives. And here we've got an image of one of our current contemporary art pieces on display. This is a piece by an artist called Christopher Baker, and again shows you the breadth that the box has. So from contemporary art to historic collections, natural sciences, history, art, and much, much more. The image I'm showing you here gives you a snippet of our Media Lab gallery. So our Media Lab gallery is really brings to the fore our moving image collection. So we've got something like over 250,000 films within our moving image collection. It is one of the largest regional archives in the UK, and it's a fascinating and amazing asset and a very popular gallery with lots of our visitors. And it was this, the work from the moving image collection that we really wanted to think about as the pandemic was hitting. So we have worked for a number of years on a range of different projects with older people, with people who may be socially isolated or lonely. We've done a lot of extensive work with people with dementia. And as we were watching the news and I think gripped, like so many people around the country, we were very aware that we wanted to do something in response. And we were particularly aware that although there was lots of information online, if you might be a family or if you were perhaps stuck at home in lockdown with not much to do, there was very limited activity on offer for people living within care home settings. And we were really reflecting on the fact that often in those settings, the rhythm of the week, the regular people who you might expect to come, whether that's someone to come and, the hairdresser or someone to come and do the bingo, when those things were pulled away from people, that would be a really difficult time. And without family and friends to visit too, we were thinking about what we might be able to do that would help support people to connect with the world again and remember slightly happier times. So from this work, and knowing that we wanted to do something and being very well aware that we have this fantastic, amazing moving image collection, we thought, well, how can we use how can we harness the use of the technology that I think all of us had been getting to grips with as everyone was increasingly shifting to working from home and using Zoom and Skype and Teams and what else. And so we hit upon the idea the box on the box. So the box on the box uses Microsoft Teams, which probably most of you are familiar with, to live stream content from our film archive interspersed with commentary from the box staff and curators. So for those watching in their own home, they can watch on a tablet, on a laptop, on a smart TV, and they can sit back, relax and see moving image from our collection and then hear our curators talking about what you're watching and also giving some gentle reminiscence prompts as well. So the idea we came up with very quickly, but then of course we had the challenge of putting that into practice. And I think as anyone who has been working from home in this pandemic has found, technology can often thwart us. So our first step was to work with the transformation team at Plymouth City Council, who were fantastic in supporting us to get teams to trial different ways of making teams work. And after what felt like numerous tests with technology dropping out and realising which buttons we all needed to press and when we were presenting and when we weren't, we realised we were able to make this technology work. And one of the reasons we wanted to use Teams was that some of the content within our moving image collection has got copyright. So we were aware we couldn't necessarily pre-record. And we also wanted to have that contact that we would have. So in our typical work, when we might go into a care home setting, our facilitator would be chatting to those people, and we really wanted to bring that element out. Cleverly with Teams, when you live stream, there's a Q&A function. So we would often have people commenting or asking us questions about what they were viewing or reminiscing along with us, and we were able to kind of read that out and engage with them a little bit like a phone in on a radio. So once we managed to get the technology kind of all singing and all dancing, and we were getting more familiar with that, the next step for us was about making sure we were connecting and collaborating with a range of different partners who all had expertise in this field. So we worked really closely with adult social care within the council, but also with a number of care homes across the city. We had done a lot of work with various partners and networks and care homes in the city previously, and their response when we first spoke to them about this project was overwhelming. They were really keen to get involved, so keen that one care home actually went out and bought a smart TV just so they could participate. So quite quickly we began to realise actually there was a real need for this work. The next thing that we realised we needed to tweak was what the experience was like. So we played with the length, and we found that a session of about 30-40 minutes was more than appropriate. And we were also very aware that people were watching within their own settings. Potentially, some people might be dropping in and out for whatever reason. Alarms might be going off. Staff may also be supporting with various medical needs or the kind of day-to-day living that would be happening. So we were very aware that we needed to do something that was very light touch and that people could kind of dip in and out of as suited them. We also thought very carefully about the themes and what people might reminisce with and what really connected to them. So we've had a range of themes, from transport to food to a night on the tiles, all sorts of different subjects that have kind of hooked people and kind of brought them along with us. So we piloted the project initially. We ran a couple of sessions and then spoke in detail to those care homes and got their feedback, what was working for them, what we needed to tweak. And we delivered a first series that started in early June and ran through until the end of the summer. And then we took a short break and began a second series back in September, which will run all the way through until Christmas. The results of it have been amazing. So not only have we had fantastic quotes and responses from people, we've also had over 1,600 views within the first series alone, and we'll be picking up more on the data of the second series shortly too. And I think one of the strengths of the project has been that it is about using our collection and using it in a dynamic and different way, and in a way that really helps and supports people at this time. We're very aware that lots of people are getting to grips with and using technology. So the fact we could use Teams, that it was free, and it didn't matter if someone didn't have a Teams account, they could literally just click the link and join us and watch along, made sure it was as accessible as possible. So you might be wondering kind of what's next, and we are too. Obviously, we've reviewed how the first series has gone, and that moved us forward into the second series. And now, as we're thinking about what the longer term impact and how long we may well be living with these restrictions due to COVID, we're thinking carefully about how we can continue to develop the project for the future. I think what I would say to anyone thinking about doing something similar is that actually it's been the simplicity of this project that has worked really well. It's been the fact that we've got amazing staff with fantastic knowledge and expertise. And although it's challenged all of us to learn how to present and engage with people via a screen, when we're so used to working with people very closely and in a room and in a physical setting together, that's also offered us great learning too. This also will help us develop our reminiscence service for the future. So although to date we've had memory loans boxes and lots of projects and activity, this is a whole brand new kind of string to our bow, essentially, in thinking about how we connect with people across Plymouth. One of the other surprising aspects for me has also been who took part. So originally we pitched this very much at care homes, but we've had a number of others get involved too. So we've had care homes, residential settings, we've got groups of people who formally met as part of memory cafes, watching along individually at home, and we've had NHS wards. So it's really broadened to almost anyone who may be older and perhaps socially isolated or lonely as a result of the pandemic, and who perhaps can't quite engage with others in the ways in which they might once have done. We've really enjoyed being part of the project, and the project has only been possible due to the support of a number of funders. The box is part of Plymouth City Council, and we're enormously grateful to all to the council and to the various departments, transformation and adult social care, particularly for their support for the project. And it was also funded through Arts Council, HLF and BFI as well. So there's been a lot of support and involvement to get the project to this stage. If you do have any questions, you'd like to find out a little bit more, we'd love to talk about it with you. Our details are on the screen and we look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you.
Hi there. Welcome back to our Sharing Best Practice session. We've actually got three sets of people joining us. We've got Darren Knight, Director of People and Change at Cheltenham Borough Council. We've got Mark Tyson and Councillor Saima Ashraf from London Borough Barking and Dagenham. And finally, we've got Chloe Hughes from Portsmouth City Council. So hopefully you'll have all had a chance to see the videos. And actually these are representative examples of best practice from across the country. 2 Certificates of Excellence winner, our Council of the Year for 2020. This is a chance for us to explore a little bit more through Q&A the initiatives that have been underway in these authorities. So we're going to start with some questions individually to each of the recipients. And from there, we're going to explore the conversation a little bit further, hopefully collectively, see how we get on with the technology on the day. So first of all, in terms of the Cheltenham project, Darren, you've obviously been a sort of pre-pandemic thinking about this in terms of communication. So why LinkedIn as the medium for you? What was the choice behind that in terms of your communication strategy?
Well, our focus has been to, over the last few months, we're looking to build a cyber park and cyber innovation centre in Cheltenham, which is going to be one of the biggest economic projects in the region. And so for us, we needed a platform to raise a profile of that project as an inward investment opportunity for Cheltenham, and also then to engage with businesses within Cheltenham about how they could be involved potentially in the local supply chain. So that was the main driver for how we could use LinkedIn. And that then made us then to think about other benefits we get from the platform. So, for example, we wanted to be able to engage more with Cheltenham businesses in terms of their plans for the borough, in terms of job creation and inward investment. And also we wanted to use the platform to help us recruit the best talent to come work for the council, because our ambition was growing. We were planning to do more complicated and challenging projects. And so we need to bring in different skills as well. So the platform was there to help us raise the profile of these projects, help us attract the best talent to the organisation, and also enable us to find different ways of engaging with Cheltenham businesses in the borough.
And obviously, you're starting out. You'd identified LinkedIn as the right platform for you. Were you able to find any other information elsewhere about other authorities and what they were doing and how that had gone on, and learn from that and build upon it?
We are quite lucky in Cheltenham because we actually have one of the country's best LinkedIn trainers based in Cheltenham, Luann Wise, so who I follow on LinkedIn, and have benefited from her training in the past. So with that knowledge, we felt actually it was definitely the platform for us. LinkedIn is focused on business to business, so for us it had that right approach. And also the network has grown massively over the last few years as well, especially within local government and the wider public sector.
Yeah. I'd like to bring in Chloe, because your project, Chloe, obviously is broader than just the digital piece, but actually what you found is a great way to take some of that content and make real use from that in these currently difficult times. So in terms of allowing people to watch the content interactively, how have people reacted to that so far? Have people expressed an interest in becoming curators of some of the information that you've got?
Well, not curators, because of where the live stream was going. So we had lots of care homes who were taking part, NHS wards. We had people in residential settings. We had people who had previously been regular attendees at memory cafe groups, etc. So I think for them, us using our moving image collection in this way and using technology such as Teams to kind of get it out, allowed us to find a new way to be able to engage with audiences in a way in which we would never have considered ahead of the pandemic. And I think for us, it was a very, very steep learning curve. As March hit, we were all very suddenly moving to Zoom and Teams as the very new way of doing things. And I think certainly for us within Plymouth City Council, we had a lot of kind of steep learning to do. And it was very much thanks to the colleagues across the council that we learned how to use the technology to enable us to get this amazing content that we have within our collections out and used by a wider audience.
Great. And so you've actually been actively sharing best practice within the council, and that's how enabled you to do that. Did you see anything similar elsewhere? Do you have other lessons learned from other authorities that you were able to build upon?
No, so what was really interesting for us was thinking as a local authority-led museum how we would best do this. And we were really aware that there was this very sudden drive, you remember kind of back in March and April, where suddenly there was loads of content online, encouraging you to make the best use of lockdown, learn a language, practice that musical instrument that was dusty and left in the corner. But it was very much less around how you might engage with people who were very socially isolated and lonely, and how you might use technology in this way. So for us, that felt a really important step to look at actually who in the pandemic was not being reached, and how might we use our digital technology to enable us to do that, and how by working together within the various different departments in the council could we do that most effectively.
Excellent, thank you.
Could I ask Mark and Simon how IT has featured and what Barking and Dagenham are doing? Because it seems to me that in both these initiatives it's been about reaching out to partners and stakeholders, and that could be the case for residents as well. So how have Barking and Dagenham made use of technology to support the initiative that they've been rolling out?
I suppose ours is, I'll jump in if with this.
Go ahead, Mark.
Ours is a whole scale transformation of the council, and part of what we've been doing over these 4 or 5 years is building the capacities that the council needs in order to be able to meet the challenges. Now, one of those capacities is IT. We have brought our IT service back in-house from our strategic joint venture partner, but we started the transformation, and we started the new kind of rollout of a Teams and 365 and all that sort of stuff before we did that kind of transfer back in. But it also goes beyond that. So we've got things like we have a system called BD One View, which is a kind of data kind of matching system built around Centura product. And again, that helps our community solutions service to kind of give that more rounded service to people as they come through the door, to be able to match that the person with the housing benefit inquiry has actually got a whole series of other things happening in their life and may need a wider service.
So a much more holistic approach in terms of your view of the individual resident, very human-centred, if you like. Yeah. Sam, have you got anything from your perspective, from a member perspective, that how you've seen the use of digital in Barking and Dagenham help you in engaging with the community and actually bringing that relationship closer between the council and the community? Yeah,
well, absolutely. I think that the fact that we were quite quick in the rapid response to the lockdown. So if it wasn't for the change of the services, we would have struggled. So I'm glad that we as a council we were quite quick in making those changes. But the challenges are greater than what we think, I have to say, because it's coming from the council's perspective is one thing, but putting yourself on the other side, I think it's another kind of like fish to fry. We've seen throughout the lockdown, and we're still seeing that from a council perspective we can do things, but or pass a message, but when it's coming from the community, not everyone has computers or laptops available. Then there was like problems with broadbands or things like this. So it's about like finding ways of doing the best we can as a council.
Brilliant, thank you, John.
Yeah, just to say, so in terms of LinkedIn, when you rolled it out and it started to gather momentum within the council, how did the staff receive it? And did you need to do any training or interact with them to make it work?
Well, first of all, we invested in training our communications team. So we brought some external trainers in to give them additional skills in terms of how to use LinkedIn and also create content in different ways. As we began to use the platform, we often will tag officers in who lead on certain areas of work. And that tagging in notifies them they've got a mention on LinkedIn, and that generates the likes and shares and the engagement with the content. And so by doing that, that began to generate interest in the platform and in the content. And also, we just don't feature just one team. We feature work across the whole council. So it tells the story of all the work we're doing across different parts of the organisation. And that momentum and that continuation of that approach then generated more interest from our staff, and then more staff then began to take an interest in the platform, and then also those that weren't using it then started to use it. So we do provide training if they need it. We do encourage people to use LinkedIn because it's a rich source of learning and innovation, and a great way to network.
And would you say now that's your main way of interacting with local businesses?
At the moment, it's a key way because obviously the situation we're in. What we found is that by using LinkedIn on a regular basis, talking about the work we're doing as a council, we've been asked to attend more business forums virtually and before the lockdown face to face, and they've been really good ways of doing that engagement. And then during the lockdown, it's proved really useful in terms of getting the message across about the rapid way we've paid business grants, that type of thing. And also we've then been approached continuously to take part in virtual conferences nationally or at local level. So in terms of our objectives of using LinkedIn, it's continued to serve us well.
And would that be a means of generating income?
Well, we've currently doing some work with our building control team. So we're training them how to use LinkedIn to identify leads for the building control service. So they've recently had a training course on LinkedIn, and they're currently in the process of putting that learning into use. And hopefully what we're going to see from that investment is they should hopefully get some leads for our building control service. Because obviously a lot of construction companies, architects use that platform. So therefore our building control service should also be using that platform to engage with those prospective customers.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, John. I'd like to bring in Simon, Mark again. I mean, Darren's talked about training and developing staff and supporting them there. I mean, you've gone a fantastic transformation. It's a wholesale transformation of the council inside and out, and that started with consultation with the community, of course. So are there things that you learned from the community that you hadn't heard before, or that you wouldn't have learned if you hadn't started with that engagement process? That's question number one for you, Simon, if I may. And then Mark, in terms of the practical, you've talked about the data and joining that and getting a bit of knowledge of each individual. In practical terms, at the coalface, actually, when you're then supporting, what does that look like? So one thing for you, Simon, the consultation, and what did you learn? And then perhaps after that, Mark, what does that turn out like when you're then engaging in the practical response?
So I'll start. So thank you for the question. I have to say that, since 2006, I have been at the doorstep, and that's even before I was an elected member. We had 12 BNP councillors here, and what we wanted is to get rid of them. So being at the doorstep, doing the consultation and the engagement is something that I strongly believe in, and we never stopped. If I have, to really make myself, we never stopped then. Obviously now we're doing other means to get to our resident due to COVID. But the more you do the engagement, the better you have, the better participation you have, the better, effective decisions you have, and the better you can design your services. So, I don't want to sound arrogant if I say that, oh yeah, there's nothing that I haven't heard, but nothing surprising me. There is a long history in what we do in consulting and listening to our resident. So as we move progressively, into years and into the progress of Barking and Dagenham, just today we launched the film studios. So we've got Hackman Capitals and MBS groups that, will deliver our film studios. A large, a great opportunity for our resident, for our youth as well. And that's from listening to our resident, listening to what they wanted to see, the changes they wanted to see, the things that they liked here and they would love to see. So it's definitely, something that will always stay embedded in what we do.
Brilliant, that's great. So it sounds like the community themselves are commissioning content, and you're their platform, which is brilliant.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Mark, you talked about the fact that you were looking at the information coming from traditional services in a different way now. Then in terms of your response to that, what does that look like? Can you give us some examples of how you're doing things differently as a result of that?
So, I mean, in terms of, the main front door to all the council services is a service that we call Community Solutions. And so that takes, it was 15 services originally that were kind of merged into this new entity from the MASH and early help in children services, the adult intake team, plus welfare, housing, domestic abuse frontline services, and some others. And they were restructured around a model of kind of progressively deepening intervention. So it starts with universal services, so the library service is part of that children's centres, and then moves on to targeted and then specialist support. So people can sort of, in a sense, flow through those services, and it's sort of agnostic to what their particular presenting issues are, but with the right specialisms in place when they're needed to be provided. I mean, that's the sort of very broad kind of overview of that service. I don't know if there's more detail you want on that.
No, that's great. That gives a really good flavour about the difference in the way that you kind of have responded now to kind of more traditional response.
And actually, I would just add, and then around that, you've got the commissioning response. And so because we've built a kind of commissioning architecture around it, it means that things like the provision of housing, that there's good support for the community solutions service in making sure there's the right provision out there in the market from the various vehicles that we've got for delivering housing. For example, so that's one particular practical where the commissioning bit supports the frontline delivery quite seamlessly.
Brilliant. John?
A question to Chloe, really, about, and it's coming online, have you considered a wider rollout of this project, for example, for schools and education? And allied to that, do you see it as a method of generating income as a service, or is it really about information transfer?
Yeah, so I don't know whether you can see me on your screen. I may have gone a bit black, but hopefully you can hear me. Just to pick up on that, I think absolutely the really interesting thing for us was how quickly this forced the evolution of our thinking in this digital space. But there are so many lessons for us in terms of thinking about our schools programme particularly, and we've got some virtual schools sessions that we're trialling from this spring now as a direct result of the learning of the work that we did on the box. So that's been really interesting for us to take that learning and think about how we might widen it further, but also in terms of thinking about how could we use the impact of the pandemic and lockdown to really think about our digital offer, but what might this be over the longer term? So although we very quickly pivoted and created this new programme, we've also been thinking really carefully about what this might look like for us in the future, and how do we continue to offer these series of sessions. One of the things that we're looking at the moment is about the commercial viability of that in the future. I think from my point of view at the moment, and given where our communities are in Plymouth and people's experience of the pandemic, it's having such a massive impact on people's social isolation and their loneliness, particularly to those groups who at the best of times may be experiencing greater loneliness than others within the population, that at the moment it isn't the right time for us to look at how we might make that a more commercial venture. But absolutely in the future, I think there's an opportunity for us to think really carefully about how we use that asset going forward, because this is a start of a brand new digital reminiscence service, and there's some great opportunities for us to look at how we roll that out more widely across the region too.
That's great. Thanks, Chloe. I'd like to sort of come back to the same sort of point, I guess, with Mark and with Saima. So, you've seen the beginning of the pandemic coming in and you've got to make a response. You've obviously had a lot of work leading up to what's been quite a systematic change in the way that the council works. What were the things about that helped you, if they did, have greater resilience to the pandemic? And the other would be, and how does that... are there lessons within that you would give to other people who want to embark on the same sort of journey as you've taken?
Don't know, Jim. Shall I start?
Yep.
Yeah, start and then...
So I think, one of the really practical things, and we talked about IT earlier, so the kit just worked. People were able to head off home, away from the organisation, and still deliver in the it was almost seamless the way in which people were able to still kind of get the service out the door. Despite this kind of major kind of disruption to the standard working pattern. So that's one part of it. The other part was having created really good insight and data mining on services, things like before the government sort of thought and got onto the kind of shielding and so on, we were already mapping those areas of the borough where we knew there was a high concentration of people with certain levels of vulnerability on different indicators, and doing kind of leaflet drops into those streets where we knew there's concentrations of the people that might need our BD CAN, we called it, Citizens Alliance Network, but a support system. So we'd kind of got on the front, and actually we then, having set up a specialist service to support shielders, we realised when we looked back that half the shielders had gone through the general community service we'd set up anyway, because we'd got that targeting out so quickly. So those are just two examples, I think, about how we were resilient to be able to respond.
Yeah.
Councillor Ashworth, you want to talk about the community relationships and the third sector?
Yeah, so we've been working quite hard, in the past 5 years, and establishing, a greater relationship, not only with the social sector, but also our faith groups, different public groups, such as any youth club or those kind of small groups that you would see in the borough. 5 years of intensive work and reinforcing those relationships. And when we were hit by COVID, I think it was just in a matter of 4 days that we had set up BD CAN, and that helped us to establish around 5 community hubs where we were able to distribute food for those that were shielded, packages for those families in need, where the faith groups were helping their different groups were those hubs, were different groups. Some were part of faith groups, some were clubs or youth groups. And delivering those services. It has, we had a number on the council that people could call and, ask for the help that they needed. Through those services, through that number, we recorded over 2,000 people that were helped via BD CAN. But we are very well aware that each hub had already had their support group to their neighbours or the groups that they cater for, and we are aware that there is approximately over around 30,000 people that have been helped throughout, and that's due to that relationship that the community had, but also that setup that we had in place. Mark just touched on our data insight team, and I think we've got such a team that which is the Data Explorer and the Data Insight team that really helped us in the very beginning when COVID wasn't announced and the lockdown was due to be announced. We knew exactly where we've got concentration of elderly people, or how many elderly people do we have, how many of them are actually lonely, how many of them have a specific medical need, and how we could help them. So I think it's a lot of preparation, but also community relationship that needs to be in place. Hopefully that answers.
Yes, no, it does. What it gives is a really great picture about how the years of effort you've put in actually paid off in that time of adversity. So that's it's phenomenal. John.
I think also the commissioning culture around the councils. So this idea that people aren't in departments, they're in kind of more service blocks that kind of work across departments. So that when it came to pulling together to get that support system in place, it sort of felt the relationships worked better. And so it sort of felt easier. So not only the relationships out to the third sector, but within the organisation. So all of that dialogue around what do we want to be as a council and the restructure, in a sense, had just left this better foundation of relationships between services and teams to pull together.
It strikes me you already had the mission, and actually that was then able to be applied in this particular context. So that's fantastic. Yeah. John, over to you.
I've got a question for Darren, really. Given the investment in LinkedIn and the success you've had, where next? How are you going to convert that into more success for the authority?
I think our focus at the moment is looking how we can use LinkedIn to support our income generating services. So I mentioned, for example, building control. So there's an opportunity for them to engage with the business community in terms of architects, construction companies and so on. And we've got other income generating services, pest control, for example. We don't actually feature that on our LinkedIn platform about that service. So I think our focus will be looking at those services where we can promote, we can sell or raise awareness of those services that we offer that the public may not be aware that we do provide. Because ultimately accountants are a trusted source of information and services. And so I think for us it will be along the lines, looking at those opportunities where we could potentially gain more customers for those range of services that we currently charge for.
But because it's moving you more digital, are there spin-offs from this, not using LinkedIn, but using digital to achieve other things?
I mean, for us, it's improved our capability in the organisation. So a lot of the learning we've taken from LinkedIn in terms of content creation, how we get more organic reach from the content that we publish, has helped us then improve our Facebook approach and also helped us with our Twitter approach. So we've seen some of that skill transfer help us in other areas in terms of that engagement, in terms of the platforms. And also it's given the organisation more confidence then generally when it comes to digital communications, and also being a bit more edgy, a bit more bold with the content that we're publishing and creating.
And is it just officers or officers and members?
We've got quite a big group of members who use social media, and we will provide them with training guidance when they need to use it. But no, we've got quite a lot of members now. We use Twitter, Facebook, and a growing number of members now using LinkedIn, which is really, really positive to see.
You?
I think that there's, in all of this, we've got different communities and there's consultation going on. To what extent did the consultation and building the relationship start first and the technology follow, or the other way round? I mean, there's a danger in being technology-led rather than problem-led. So how did that sort of start out for you?
I think the start for us was all about purpose.
Yeah.
Going back to the purpose of the conference today, we were very, very clear we wanted to improve how we engage with businesses at a local level.
Yeah.
We also wanted to engage with businesses at a more national level because of the inward investment opportunities in Cheltenham. And so we were very clear about the problems we were trying to solve first.
Yeah.
And then then we agreed the approach in terms of what content should we push out, what messages. Then we looked to see what impact that had in terms of engagement. And then we refined our approach as we trialled and tested different types of content messages.
Yep.
And that was the approach we took, really. And it goes back to the presentation, talking about conversion rate.
Yep.
What type of content gets you the conversion, the likes,
Yep.
the shares, the followers, and which ones doesn't achieve that.
Yep.
And then we've refined our approach over the last 2 years. And I think on average now we grow by about 121 followers a month.
And that's phenomenal. I mean, the impact that you've had, and yet when you're looking through the video, you know, the kind of discussion is actually how you can do something with very little resource. I mean, you could be forgiven that you'd spent millions on this. Can you give a feel for kind of what the sort of costs were for you in developing the platform as you have?
We've not quantified the cost. We've just made it part of the business as usual for the communications team. So the communication team hasn't grown.
Yeah.
We've just made sure we've put the money into the training,
yeah.
which is really, really important to do. But in terms of everything else, it's all been done with the existing capacity we had 2 years ago. What we've done, though, is invest in increasing our capability to become more efficient at developing content. And I think on the presentation, one of the tools that, if you don't use it, is Canva.
Yeah.
Really great tool to create really engaging content at no little cost.
And that's a fantastic, and the way that you've gathered those tools together and made something from them is brilliant. And the fact that your investment is just in the capacity of the people, again, it's a great local government story, that one. It is invest in the capacity of the team. I'd like to bring Chloe in if I can, and ask you a similar sort of question. You know, when you started out, what was your approach? Was it, you know, in terms of engaging with the team and the staff, with the community? Did you look at technology solutions and put them in front of people so they know what was possible? What was the way that you opened up the solution to the problem?
Yeah, I mean, just really interesting hearing you talk about the purpose and the mission. And for us, it was always that we knew people, we knew that COVID had got into care homes across the city, and we knew that people in the city were having a really torrid time of it. So our first response was, how can we support people in this way at this time? And the technology seemed the obvious way. But absolutely, we had to learn very fast, actually, as a team, about how you present and how you share this information through this new form of technology. And interestingly for us, we also had to work really closely with care home staff who often struggled in terms of how you might use that technology and understanding what they had to do. So for us, it wasn't just as simple as going out and learning those skills. We also had to make sure that the people on the other end were able to use those technologies and able to engage with us. So there was quite a period of consultation that came in as a result of that, and a lot of upskilling of the team, but also the wider community and people who were engaging with us. I think for us, it's provided something really interesting in terms of consultation in the future. It's given us a new inroad, particularly to those communities who, you know, we often brand as kind of hard to reach. They really are very difficult to reach, but the technology has proven that actually we can start those conversations off, and increasingly we want to move towards this greater co-production model whereby those communities are dictating what that content might be that they want to see, and we're also working with them to talk about other issues that are pertinent to life within the city as well.
Thanks. And that's a very similar point to Mark and Saima you made in terms of the film production, studio that you talked about, and getting other groups coming in. I wonder whether you've obviously done a lot over the years in terms of consultation. Have you got any measures of the participation and growth in things like the Citizens Alliance Network, or any other measure of success for the participation of community in what you're doing?
You go on first, Mark.
I'll chuck in what's in my head. So we've got so there's a couple of different platforms that we've created around participation. So one is with a partner to Participatory City, Everyone Every Day, and that's by the end of year 2 had reached something like 28,000 hours of practical participation. There were 6,000 people had engaged, but I think more than the data for that, it was the qualitative insight into how it had changed people's lives, how it had helped people sort of activate themselves as citizens able to participate in the community around them. Yep. So there's that. The Citizens Alliance Network is the deliberative democracy space. People can get on, start conversations about things, may or may not involve the council. Yep. But that's a bit more fledgling, and we were taking that a bit slower, and we're about to now ramp up, trying to just expand the numbers involved in that.
Brilliant.
But again, I think it's keeping an eye on the qualitative as much as the numbers, I think.
Yep. Sam, have you got anything to add to that, or has that covered the...
Yeah, I mean, Citizen Alliance Network is one thing, and well, I don't want to touch too much about Everyone Every Day, but we also had a bit like something which is the Money Hub. That also helped a lot our residents on their financial crisis, especially now. And it's something that was, already out there. So for us, that give really, an acute support to our resident. And that helped, a lot of people to prevent them to be homeless, but also financially in better positions.
Great, that's brilliant. Thank you. John.
A question about boundaries for all of you, really. Have your neighbours taken an interest in what you're doing and sought to consider to do it themselves? So has there been interaction with your geographic neighbours, and have they looked at what you've done and said, hey, we would like to do that too?
Maybe we can start with Saima on that one.
Yeah, so absolutely, we've got a very good relationship with our neighbours, and we work very closely with them. Any kind of and that part of East London is part of the same political background, so we do support and help each other. We learn from best practice, and absolutely, we work very closely. And I am aware there are a few services, and on top of my head, I don't remember which ones that we're sharing. We're actually delivering to other boroughs. Right. Mark, maybe you could add on this.
I mean, the one that comes to mind, we share a civil contingency service, for example, with Waltham Forest, Redbridge.
Right.
So we kind of and the other bit is particularly around health partnerships. Collaboration across North East London is also really strong. So and obviously through the COVID world, a lot of that has been kind of health partnership activity. So it's just again been fortuitously it's been able to harness kind of existing relationships that have really helped us deliver.
Yeah. Darren?
And from a Cheltenham perspective, we provided a training course for the Southwood Audit Partnership for their Chief Executive on LinkedIn, and I'm really pleased to see they're doing really well in terms of how they use the platform. We've also provided LinkedIn shared our expertise with one of our tackle companies. That's owned by 3 other district councils, so we've done that. And also with our arm's length company and the Cheltenham Trust, who run the borough's leisure and culture buildings. And we're quite happy to provide any advice and help to anybody else in the sector that we can. And the other thing we do is we also publish case studies on LinkedIn of any work there we've had a particular success.
Brilliant.
So, because we're committed to sharing best practice in the sector. So anything that we've done around nighttime economy, for example, there's been a number of business case studies we've published over the last sort of 12 months.
Fantastic. Chloe, so have you done any sharing with neighbours or maybe perhaps within colleagues in the sector?
Yeah, absolutely. So we work very closely with our neighbours. Being in the southwest, we always have to. One of the interesting things that has happened as a result of this is thinking about archives more regionally. So we've been doing a lot of sharing with other regional archives about the work that we're doing, and we increasingly want to do that. For us, this is an opportunity to kind of snowball and further develop a model that seems to be increasingly sustainable and responsive in the very strange times that we're in at the moment, but also a model that can be developed further within the future. So we're really keen to kind of get that out, both within the archives and the museum and gallery sector too.
Yeah. Does that actually, I hadn't thought of that, does that create opportunities where you hold perhaps rare content that's the same as someone else, that you've got opportunities to reduce the effort of holding content?
So usually our content is different. Sometimes it can double up. But what this usually offers is opportunities for you to find thematic content across regions. So, for example, if there were a big annual celebration or event that everyone wanted to respond to, you could look at how you might do this in a very networked way across the country. So there are a number of really interesting ways in which we can take this as a model moving forward.
Brilliant. Thank you. John.
Just, Darren, you've mentioned a critical partner. One of the biggest LinkedIn trainers was based in the borough, so I'm going to ask you a question about that, which is critical partners, critical friends. What are the big players that have influenced the way you've taken the initiative forward? You mentioned a company that was based in the locality.
Yeah, so for example, we're quite fortunate. We've got a trainer called Luann Wise, who's based in Cheltenham. So we've worked with her in terms of helping us, in terms of our building control service, for example. But we've also looked further afield, so we do encourage our staff to network use through social media. So we've been very fortunate to work with people like Helen Reynolds, an excellent trainer as well, who I highly recommend. So it's just making sure that people are outward looking, using the platform to look at those ideas of best practice, and then try and bring them back into the organisation.
And so the same really, Chloe, critical friends, has there been a particular partner that you've found helped you achieve the success you've had?
I think we might have lost Chloe.
We might have lost Chloe. In which case, Mark, Seba, have there been big players who have helped you doing what you're doing, or have you been doing it on your own?
Certainly not doing it on our own. I think we've had quite a lot of partners along the way.
I would say critical friends would be our resident. We take our resident, to the highest level because they make the place, they make Barking and Dagenham. So obviously not every resident, give us like the best feedbacks ever. Some people were really angry and frustrated, and it's about listening and taking on board what they want to see. Again, I'm going to use the film studio because this is, today's big news for us. But having the film studio not only gave hope, aspiration, 12,000 jobs, a lot of success for our young people and also other, groups of people, all ages, for them to see what, we are about, to celebrate what East London is about, to celebrate the history of Barking and Dagenham, and to make this place, more prosperous and more, vibrant place. And if it wasn't because of the comments or the criticism that, or the feedback our residents were giving us, I don't think that, it would have driven us as a leadership. For us, so especially me as a member, I'm very well aware that not only the council needs to run, to an excellent level, but also our resident needs to feel that they are listened, that they are valued, and that definitely are at the core of anything that we do.
And I suppose practical on things on sector partners. I mean, I think our journey started, and I think if you've seen the presentation, things like the LGA peer review was the start of that kind of being open to people coming and reflecting on what we do and how we do it. And I think if we didn't have that openness, we could never have done what we've done. So along the way, we've had quite a lot of, and actually the bits where we've won awards and we're doing and celebrating and sharing, actually in the good old days where people came to visit us, you'd often learn a lot more the other direction, I suspect, than they took away.
Yeah. And actually, I'm conscious of the fact that you've actually, in leading certainly into the Everyone Every Day and some of the community actions that you've taken, there was a huge number of years of research even before you started kicking off things. And of course your annual reports since. That's quite a commitment, which it may be interesting for you to say something about that, because I think others could benefit from those results.
I mean, yes, so I'm certainly happy to disseminate and share the information about Everyone Every Day, and the third year report is being prepared, I think, at the moment. Obviously, a slightly odd year, but it's. I think what's interesting though is there's something about how you do a big demonstration project like that with an external partner coming in and all of that, whilst retaining the kind of what is Barking and Dagenham in I think we're sort of in discussions and grappling with some of that at the moment about it's undoubtedly a great project that we've got here, but sort of what's our kind of heart and core around participation that is Barking and Dagenham's story.
Thank you. So I'd just like to wrap up by thanking Mark, Simon, Chloe and Darren for sharing their experiences with us. Congratulations for you in terms of your wins in terms of Certificates of Excellence and the Council of the Year. I'm expecting another submission on the film studio now for the next awards. Just to say that the Certificates of Excellence are open all year round. So this is a chance for the sector to share that best practice, to learn from each other. Without further ado, just to say that we'll be rejoining you at 1400, hopefully to see you then on continuing the digital trend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
this session on continuing the digital trend. Joining me on the stage, I've got Joanne Harding, Executive Member of Adult Social Care from Trafford, and on screen we've got Martin Neal, Founder and CEO of iESE AI Limited, Simon Pike, Market Solutions Specialist at Netcall, and Kate Herr, Digital and Innovation Manager at Cumbria County Council. So just a bit of context for the session. It's not just about software, it is about digital and technology. It's a broader set of solutions that we're talking about here. In terms of sticking to the digital trend, it's not just about putting a digital front end on our existing business model. As we heard in the previous session on community enablement, actually we're talking about reinventing the way in which the authority works and the role of the authority and using digital to enable that. And of course, part of that means that digital implementation, whilst it's the role of the authority, means access to digital and use of digital within the community. So it's a broader context than simply a digital front end on an existing business model. So I'd like to start off with a question for all of the panel members, really, which is around the digital and technology tools that we've got and what currently is available to local authorities. What are the solutions? What are the track record of delivering those solutions we've got, and how do we manage that in a situation we're actually reinventing the council and don't necessarily know what we're building at this stage? So maybe Simon, I could ask you to kick off with a sort of view from Netcall about the technology rollout as you see it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from our perspective, the technology that's out there, there's a wide range. You can go for the likes of artificial intelligence, which I know Martin might touch on a little bit. You can talk about RPA and robot process automation, which is something that we can assist with in that extent. And then there's other platforms that might be off-the-shelf solutions that traditionally have been provided to local authorities and central government. And then you can talk about the likes of low-code or no-code technologies as well. There's a wide breadth of them out there. Personally, from a Netcall perspective, we think low code is a good option out there if you think about it from a traditional perspective versus buying, as I say, an off-the-shelf application or making a decision to code a system on your own and bringing the skill sets in, which there's a shortage of, as we know, around the country. One of those is very restrictive in terms of potentially an off-the-shelf application versus quite expensive in terms of a skill set. If you think about it from a Venn diagram perspective, and low-code sits quite nicely in the middle of that, where it's pre-coded, if you like, and using a drag-and-drop interface, but is flexible enough to allow you to do exactly what you want. So that's where we would sit with Netcall. And then obviously our recent acquisition of an RPA provider as well sits quite nicely on the side of that to help where you want to do repeated processes, really.
Brilliant. Martin, can I ask you to sort of say a bit from your perspective about the sort of technology that you're starting to engage with across local government?
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen essentially is a convergence of need with capability. With the coronavirus really driving people remotely, everyone has become a remote worker, a Zoomer, an Amazon user. So the kind of experiences that citizens expect now have really leapt forward in a huge way from a digital perspective. And at the same time, our focus from an AI perspective is really taking the developments that the hyper vendors like Microsoft, who we work pretty closely with, who've spent billions and billions building out AI platforms that can be consumed at a low cost. And we've really fused those two things together. So our focus has been largely around citizen engagement using AI technologies to make it much easier for a wider range of people to deal much more naturally with systems. So that's the area that we see the greatest take up in terms of the quite a wide spectrum of AI capabilities that are out there, from machine learning through to vision and recognition. Far and away, the thing that is moving most quickly is the use of conversational AI, really facilitating citizen engagement with council.
Yeah, and in terms of the use of AI, do you see that people are just taking that and just trying to apply and simplify and reduce cost of the existing process, or are they genuinely trying to do something new and use technology to support them on that journey?
I think, again, that the circumstances are really dictating that. The new change is citizens wanting to engage in a very different way, happening overnight. And how is that facilitated? And, how is it done in a way that is accessible? How is it done in a way that's inclusive? How is it done in a way that's ethical? All of those things are sort of critical factors in how any branch of government needs to deal with and engage with citizens. So I think for the most part, it's the huge take-up has been really driven by those sort of practical needs. The more outlandish, probably the wrong word, more esoterical branches of AI, we're not seeing anything like as much on the ground movement in. We see people doing occasionally projects, but people are so focused with dealing with the here and now and what technology can possibly help them do that more effectively. That tends to be what's driving it.
Brilliant, thank you. Kate, if I could bring you in, perhaps you could give us a flavour of the sorts of usages that you've had and you've been making and maybe where you see things going from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been using the Liberty Create Low-Code platform in Cumbria now for a couple of years, and we've had some really good successes with that. And as you said, it's not just about putting a digital front end onto a back office process. We've been looking at service redesign using that platform as well. So we've done that across a number of service areas before COVID. And we've had some good successes with that. And it's been fantastic for us as an authority in terms of the financial difficulties that we're facing, the fact that we're not, in Cumbria, we're quite isolated. We don't have a big pool of talent to pull on in terms of some of the roles that we need to fill. And low-code has offered us a massive opportunity to do things more quickly and more flexibly with a very, very small team of people. I've only got a team of 4, but some of the systems we've built have saved the council, £250,000 already. So, that's been hugely effective for us. But I think particularly in COVID, that came to the fore. So we've been able to develop systems particularly quickly. So we've spun up a system for our vulnerable people. So in terms of food packages and pharmacy deliveries, we developed that in 5 days and rolled that out to district council partners. So it's kind of multi-agency work, and we've worked with Sellafield Nuclear Fuels up in Cumbria as well on that project. And also we've been using it on the test and trace system, which we've been very successful with. So it's having massive successes in terms of how we can use that to do things differently, take a very different approach to what we're doing, and not just do online forms. It's whole system redesign across multiple partners that we've been able to deliver in Cumbria.
Yeah, so I'll just hold you there. So that was a working test and trace software application, was it?
Yeah, so working
and did it cost £12 billion, or was it a bit cheaper than that?
Well, it cost us nothing other than the staff development time. So we've not had to pay anything over and above our current existing contract with our software providers to do that. We built the system in 10 days. It's now got over 9,000 contacts stored in it, and in Cumbria we're tracing 97% of our contacts.
Brilliant. Well, that just goes to show that councils can once again. Maybe we'll get you to run a national system next. Joanne, maybe from your perspective, if you give us a little bit of a flavour about your engagement with technology in your area, the sort of things that you've seen and the pluses and minuses of that.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm the member of the panel that comes with kind of least experience from a corporate digital offer, really. Speaking, as I did in the previous session, on community enablement, really. I think that, and from a social care point of view, that the use of digital technology has enabled people to stay at home safely and live independently, which is a great thing. I don't believe there is any replacement sometimes for that human contact, and I don't want us to go down a road that means, I know we talk about the new normal, and I don't necessarily like that expression, but I know that digital will play a huge part in how we move forward. But I think for me, the use of some of the apps has been brilliant. So we look at some of the mental health apps that allow people to practice mindfulness. There's been some apps that people can, like Samaritans have got on board, Shout, all of these organisations that have allowed people to connect when they've been in crisis. So from a community point of view, some fantastic innovation. I guess for me, the concern is how accessible some of this will be to our communities and how we manage to make it accessible.
Yeah, yeah. So that's a really good point. So that's sort of a segue into sort of how the public use what it is we're developing. In terms of the systems that you've been developing, have you had sort of thinking about how the public engage and the level at which they need to engage with your systems at the front end, if you like? You know, so tell us a little bit about how that works.
Yeah, so, user-centred design is at the forefront of what we're trying to deliver in Cumbria, and it's not about shutting off other access channels either. What we're trying to do is use our resources better, so to free up the more expensive access channels for the really high value adding activity, and to try and divert some of that churn, if you want to call it that, onto channels that are cheaper and easier and more effective to run. And we're not about switching, and not enabling communities to use those systems. So the COVID-related stuff, to be fair, has been mostly kind of internal staff-based. It's not really been used as a public-facing, in a public-facing way. But in terms of our other systems that we've developed, all of those have been developed with user feedback not even user feedback, users at the core of developing them. So it's not just about developing and asking it for feedback and asking people for feedback afterwards. It's about taking them with us on that journey so that the system is operating properly, and they're involved in every step of that process of development. And then we'll continue to do that as much as we possibly can. It's hard. It's really hard in a COVID world where we're not able to get out. We were getting out into libraries and talking to people that were using libraries, and getting out and just walking down the streets in the town centre and asking for people's input into things. Can't do that anymore. So it's harder to get some of that user feedback, but we're certainly looking at ways we can keep that going.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge. So in terms of, we've got a question come in online. This is, how big a role has digital web content played before compared to during the pandemic? And actually, what do you think it'll mean after the pandemic? So are there any long-standing trends and changes that are going to happen as a result of that?
I think we've seen more traffic through our web pages, certainly. We've seen more people filling in online forms to access services. We've had to divert some of our resources away from answering phone calls for things like highways reporting. Those staff had to switch focus and look at vulnerable people. And actually what we found was that now that we've switched the phone lines back on, people are still using the online form for reporting potholes and not actually coming through on the phone lines anymore as much as they did before. So I think there's going to be a legacy of people using sort of digital tools to do what they need to do with us as an authority. And I think it's what we need to do is make sure that they can do that as easily and as effectively as possible. So I think that will continue, and there's a very definite onus on us as an authority to make sure that we capitalise on that and make sure that online content and transactional services are as good as possible.
Maybe I can draw in Martin first and then Simon, and ask the same question, which is, in terms of your support to local authorities, what have you been up to in terms of ensuring that authorities can respond digitally to the pandemic? Martin, if you want to kick that off first.
Yeah, the particular situation that we are most proud of, in fact, was happened with Cheshire West, where we had a digital assistant running on their website during the weekend of the first lockdown, 23rd of March. And we were looking at the stats on the following Monday, and there was a 600% spike in requests that came in over that period. And it was obviously the bot was providing an awful lot of that, but a part of the spike was because that the Cheshire West had decided that they could take their contact team and use them for outbound calling for vulnerable people who were shielding, to give them the advice that wasn't pretty widespread at that time. So that was an absolutely fantastic example of the technology being able to provide a certain type of service, and the way humans can interact around that. And we also see that sort of the Southampton City Council, just sort of picking up on what Kate was saying a little earlier, in terms of how enduring this technology is likely to be. We are currently answering 96% of the inbound queries coming in digitally, 94% of which is we have independently been judged as correct answers. So, you know, that's a huge benefit, particularly out of hours, particularly over weekends, you know, particularly in times when there are spikes. So, I see the technology as providing a really useful function, working in conjunction with the existing teams, allowing them to deal with, you know, more human issues, more sensitive issues, whilst improving the quality of service to citizens and residents.
So fascinating. The ability to deal with that kind of scale of spike is phenomenal. Simon, can you say a little bit from your perspective about how you've been supporting authorities to respond to those extra demands?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think the thing for us was the need to be responsive quickly, really, as a software supplier, but also in supporting our customers. And I think we were in quite a good position with the use of the low-code platform that we have, that allowed our customers to develop applications really, really quickly. Kate's team at Cumbria with their test and trace, or the track and trace, system that they built was, you know, really rapid in its bringing it to fruition and being launched and used. And around the country, across our customers and with us ourselves, writing applications, I think we created somewhere in the region of about 12 applications that could be used on their own to help support authorities deal with the pandemic. And that's everything from managing household waste recycling centres when they reopened, right up to the track and trace that they had at Cumbria, or dealing with employee health and welfare checks, making sure their staff were okay, as well as, you know, dealing with things like PPE distribution and volunteer coordination for delivery of services to vulnerable people. And that came down to the fact that our technology was flexible enough to support them and working in that way. It's very easy to get on board with that and to start to design an application and get it through to fruition. And with support from us and our Netcore community, all 12 of those applications are available to anybody using our platform. And that's the ethos that we like to follow.
So effectively, you've got a kind of app store where another council can see what Kate's developed and draw that down and use that locally. Is that the model?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We call it our Netcore community app share, because we don't charge for it. So it's there and available for anybody using our platform to access and download those applications and tailor those to the way in which they want to work, if they want to work slightly differently, or indeed use it as is out of the box, so to speak.
Brilliant. That's fantastic. We've got a variety of questions coming in. I'll pick one off just to start with. So we've got about, will the continuing digital trend bring about more opportunities for direct forms of democracy? Maybe as our one elected member, Joanne, I can ask you that one first.
It's an interesting question, really. Opportunities for direct forms of democracy. I think one of the key things we need to do, and Kate made reference to this before, was about how we engage people in what we develop. So, for example, in Trafford, I chair the Age Well board, and we've recently put a shout out for our Ageing Well champions, or older people's voices, and developed a job description and a role, if you like. We want older people to be our eyes and ears in our communities to help shape services, feed into consultations, develop policy. But there is a very real fear around digital connection in some of our older people. I don't want that to be a sweeping generalisation, because the strapline for International Day of Older People was valuable, not vulnerable. And I think that's absolutely brilliant, because the age profile for some of our volunteers are older people. But I think if we are developing systems and apps, we need to make sure that we're asking people, well, what would work for you? Yep. And certainly for older people, and again, the work of the suicide board that we're doing, we're trying to engage with people to say, what would remove some of that fear? What would make it easier for you to use? And what do you want from an app? So we have to remove some of the corporate side of things if we're genuinely doing community.
Yeah. That sort of co-design that's obviously now a challenge that Kate was talking about. Certainly one of the ones that I know and love is the Mind of My Own app, which allows vulnerable children to have a voice. And actually that's been flying off the shelves, I know, in the pandemic, because it means that councils have been able to have that continuing conversation with children at a time when they most need it, when they're least able to get to it. And so I think there has certainly been some digital trends that allow access, allow participation in that broader sense. So it's great to see that being adopted. One for you here, Kate. We had a great bit of praise. So it's remarkable to hear how Kate and her team have managed to build and deploy functioning apps in such a short amount of time. What can other councils learn from your approach to digital?
I think it's taken us some time. You know, this isn't overnight. I've been plugging away at this for probably 4 or 5 years now. And what we've got what's worked really well for us in Cumbria is that because we're such a small team, we have to really quickly work to get the relationships with service areas, and we take them with us on this. So this isn't about us going out to a service area. And we couldn't have done vulnerable people. We couldn't have done test and trace if we'd gone out, got a load of functional requirements, gone back, sat in a dark office or in our dark bedrooms or whatever, plugged away and done something, and then sort of presented it and gone, ta-da, here you go, folks, this is what it is. It wouldn't have worked. So what we do is we take people with us every step of the way. So that has worked particularly well through COVID. You know, vulnerable people was 5-day turnaround, test and trace was 10-day turnaround, but we did daily stand-ups, we did daily sessions, we did daily feedback sessions with members of the service and the people that were going to be actually using the system, and they helped us to build it. So there was never a moment when they weren't involved in that process. And that's worked wonders for us, because it means that when we do launch the first phase of a product, it's never a finished product. We never go, here's the final article, over to you to use it. It's very much here's the first phase, please work with us to make it better. So we're still developing test and trace now. You know, we're building more and more functionality into it every day. But what's helped is that people have seen that process, they're part of that process, and they know that they can come to us and say, oh, could you just change that? And we'll say, do you know what, yeah, we can. And then they see it 2 hours later, then there's been a change, it's reacting to their feedback. So I think that's what's worked really well for us in Cumbria.
That's fantastic. Good. So give us a flavour. You said it's a small team. How many is a small team?
I've got a team of 4. 2 of those are more technical and I come from a kind of more of an IT background and do some of the more complex work within the platform in terms of working about integrations and APIs with other systems. And 2 of those are what you would have been business analysts in the old world. You know, they go and do business process re-engineering activity, but they're also builders. So Carl, I've got to give Carl credit for test and trace. He's not on here today, but Carl is a business analyst. He built test and trace on his own.
Brilliant. So one person, 10 days. And was that all he was doing? Was he doing other things at the same time?
He was also doing some high-wage related work, and he was also supporting the vulnerable people work. And they were also looking at doing a household waste recycling centre booking system. So
brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Well done, Carl.
Yeah, well done, Carl.
So another question coming in is around the sort of whether or not people are hesitant to adopt digital processes in the fear of digital replacing jobs. I mean, that's an old question, so maybe I'll add another rider to that, which is, and do you think that's changed in the current environment? Maybe I'll kick off with Simon first on this one. What's your kind of feeling? What's your experience?
I mean, I've been involved in local government for a long time. And I think you're right. I think that's a bit of an old adage, isn't it? That there's a fear that new technology will do away with my job. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think what it does present is an opportunity to grow as an employee and to pick up new skills and to provide value in a different way. And I think if you have the right digital platform or technology to support you with that, then there's no end to what you should be able to achieve, really. And it's about working collaboratively. And I think Kate's right. It's about those people understanding that it's not about having something done to a service delivery team. It is about taking them with you. And also it's about working in an agile way. And that might be a bit of a change. for people, but I think that's the way for the future. I think digital means that you've got to work agile. It means that you've got to, as I say, work collaboratively with the service providers to understand exactly how they work and what they work, and show them that actually they can end up with a better solution at the end of it.
Great, thanks. Martin, what's your take on that?
Yeah, you get a lot of this in the AI world. The most definitive study on this was done by McKinsey's, who looked at this globally from an AI perspective and essentially crunched the maths. And they were looking at really significant increase in the size of the pie, as it were, and more roles coming out of it, which has been the way of all technology revolutions. People at the front end of them are concerned about the impact of them, and they collectively produce an increased pool. And from our perspective, that example that we gave at Cheshire West, that was essentially using people to do much more impactful, much more valuable functions, rather than answering the 60th person that day about what they can put in their blue bin.
Yep.
The other element of that is that something that we are introducing at the moment really takes the idea one step further, and that is that you take digital assistants, chatbots, and how much of what a council can they really do for you? Probably not much, 10% tops.
Yep.
The remaining 90% is happening with people, and will always happen with people. So, our focus with our new technology is really all about using the digital assistants to connect people up with other people, to understand what it can't do, to understand that this request is something that is, not appropriate for a bot to deal with, or not part of its skill set, too complex, and then to connect you up either through video or through phone or through web chat. And you get this essentially this notion of a kind of matrix of people working together with the digital technologies to give the best of both. And the ultimately, the beneficiaries of that are going to be the residents and the citizens, who are getting a better service, getting it 24/7, etc.
So that's a really interesting journey. You mentioned earlier ethics, and we've had one of the questions come in, which is around if you're looking at AI or algorithms in the public sphere, how can you ensure that those don't promote a bias or entrench inequalities? So is that a real issue for you as you see it, or is that because you're not in the space that those particular algorithms work in?
Yeah, we operate across public sector, and our largest focus area is in local government, but we can engage in quite a lot of different things across the AI stack. I think we were pretty early to providing digital assistance into local government, and our first project 2.5 years ago, we were suddenly faced with, okay, suppose somebody who is perhaps not well disposed towards the authority tries to subvert this assistant to do and say things that it shouldn't. How much fun would it be to trick the bot into saying something and then screenshotting it and sending it across Twitter? And how do we deal with that? How do we deal with people asking to do inappropriate things? Because it's the authority's brand that's out there that's embodied in this assistant. And the answer to that was we actually had to engineer it into our experience. So we have AI subsystems that run across 3 different groups every time somebody interacts with it, working out whether this is inappropriate, whether this is worrying, and then deals with it accordingly. So you can put those things in. I think what most people normally think about with ethics, however, is not that. It's typically bias in data. And we had a good example of how that can happen really easily. We were doing a machine learning project for Health Education England, looking at essentially at the propensity of success and so on with the students running through their system and trying to find patterns of success, patterns of people who would benefit from more assistance. And we came up with this group that were seeming to be performing very badly. And we were a little confused by it. They weren't missing out well. They seem to be conforming to a pattern of being broadly female and broadly a certain age. And you dig into the data, and it's because they were pregnant. You've got this kind of dry analytics of the data. The data's telling you a certain thing. Understanding and thinking about and always having at the forefront of your mind that embedded in that data in whatever way it's been arrived at is a bias. And often the critical factor in that is that you have a process. You have a process that seeks to understand that there's a risk of this, seeks to at regular points, identify and document the risk, communicates the risk, lets everybody aware of what the risks are, and then make decisions. I think that the danger comes where those processes aren't in place, and you just sort of plough on and take the outcomes of it.
Interesting, very interesting. And obviously, in terms of what we're doing, we're not just talking about the software, we're actually going out into home setting environments, maybe looking after more vulnerable people to help them be more independent. And that's clearly something that's an emerging trend in the care area. Are there any lessons learned that you have, Joanne, in terms of how you're starting to support more vulnerable members in the community, and are there any ethics considerations in what you've been thinking about there?
So I think there's lots of lessons to be learned, and each day there's a new technology that comes along which keeps people safe. For example, we have at this current time, families not able to see loved ones because of shielded communities. So the use of technology when we have people who experience quite advanced dementia, who, for example, will go wandering. There are, different watches, things that can be placed in shoes, which can track and trace people as to where they are. So I think there's always advancements and developments which are brilliant. One of the things for me around health and social care is the way systems speak to each other, or should I say, don't speak to each other. Because all too often we have it where somebody will say, well, I've told my story once, and then I have to tell it again, and then I have to tell it to somebody else, when actually what we're trying to do is find a solution, but there are that many different systems, and the systems don't seem to speak to each other. So from somebody who isn't that tech savvy, I can see that a frustration that a resident would have. So we still haven't got that whole patient record system sorted. We still haven't got it where health and social care are joining up and speaking to each other. So for me, I think there's an ethical question about how we do that to make sure that the person isn't batted around like in a pinball machine, that eventually we find a solution that's the right one for them. And
that they actually control their own data. By they, I mean that the actual recipient of service or the resident actually controls their privacy and is confident that they control their privacy. I think so we've got a question that's come in is about this data is playing an ever important role in ways which authorities analyse their communities. Are residents hesitant to share their personal data? And I think that certainly we're doing a project at the moment looking at a new way of managing care records. And in discussion with, we had the same problem as Kate in terms of co-design, but actually getting as many people involved as we could. The common thread on that was that currently, pre-pandemic, you've got a system which actually is internal. It holds those records. It has very little exposure to the end user, if you like. And actually what we want to do is actually throw that across the wall so they actually control it, and it becomes an app. That actually they've got control of the records and they decide what's being exposed or not, and that's a fundamentally different approach. So I think there's some pretty good lessons in other countries. I know that across the European Union, some of the oldest personal records are the population registers in Scandinavia, and I did a job for the European Commission at the time, cross-analysing all the census in Europe. and I went to our own records office and was told we'll come back in a year's time, we'll have processed the census data by then, and we'll be 80% accurate but about 2 years out of date. And I went to the Swedish equivalent. They said, what day and what year do you want it for? We hold no personal records. They're all held locally, but I'll press a button and give you the census now. And that showed me that actually privacy doesn't mean lack of access to meaningful information, but also you can have meaningful information but leave control of personal data with the people that actually at the local level that own it. So certainly I think it's always held as a kind of a reason not to move forward, but there are, if we look for international best practice, some solutions out there. Also conscious that Trafford has done some good work in the past at working across sector, so health and care, but also looking at a single conversation, not just across the parts of the Trafford as a council, but your partners. And sometimes it's very difficult to even see the daylight gap between you and your partners. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, of course, as well, part of Trafford is one of the local authorities as part of Greater Manchester. So when we have the devolved health and social care budget to Greater Manchester, looking at areas of innovation and communicating with each other, because, we neighbour Manchester. Why should it be so difficult to be able to have a conversation when there's a border that 1 minute you're in Trafford, the next minute you're in Manchester? So there's been some work around how we work digitally with the health and social care, but also across Greater Manchester there are things like sharing back office, like star procurement, working in commissioning a bit differently, more intelligent commissioning, using the data to help us cross border. So there are some good examples across Greater Manchester, not just Trafford.
Yep, great, brilliant. Kate, have you had any sort of experience of that discussion around personal privacy and whether that's held back any of your applications, or is it something you've hit yet?
It's not something we've hit, to be fair. It's something we're aware of and trying to build into the process, but it's not something that we've encountered any difficulties with. I think we will do increasingly moving forward the more services that we roll out. I think internally there's a drive to have a single customer record, which is extremely problematic. If we've got multiple systems with multiple sources of people's data in it, and I think we'll be encountering some of those conversations as we start to explore whether that's something we want to pursue as an authority.
Yeah. Okay. And Martin and Simon, have you seen anything in terms of any of your customers saying that personal privacy has been a barrier that's stopped them driving forward the development of applications? Maybe I can ask Simon first to comment.
Yeah, I mean, not specifically. I mean, I think like Kate said, I think that it's something that's been talked about for some time in terms of privacy of data and access to that and who owns that data. And I think it's a symptom of the way local government have managed their software systems to some extent. This plethora of different systems, all with duplicated data, and therefore who really owns that, and whether it's achievable to get to that concept of a true golden record. I'd like to think it is. Being in the technology industry, I think there's ways in which we can support local authorities with that drive. But it's not holding any of our customers back as far as we're aware.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, I think that as we move forward in terms of technology penetrating the community and the applications like Internet of Things, that actually that's going to become more and more important that we keep on top of that. I think some of what I've seen in terms of authorities and how they've managed it, actually they've been really clear about. Actually, sometimes the customer engages me. I don't need to know who they are. Certainly one of our councils saying, well, we're doing something about someone reporting a pothole in the road. Actually, we just need to know where the pothole is. We don't need to know who reported it. And actually, we need to be clear about how we're dealing with it and how quickly. So I think that sometimes we can actually bring the problem into the situation when actually it could be removed if we take an appropriate level. Martin, anything from your perspective to add on that, on the personal privacy side? I know you've covered some of the ethics aspects.
Yeah, I think there's a spectrum here, and essentially it's a bargain we make, isn't it? That the more of our personal information we give up, the richer the experience that we can expect from it. Assuming that's the way it operates. So for example, I'm quite happy to let my Alexa devices know my music preferences because when I ask my playlist, I'm hoping I'm going to get a better selection, listen to something I'm going to hear, and I think the industry is behind the curve you know, the initiatives that you were describing are exactly the things that the major hyper vendors and really the whole world is thinking about, which is how do you responsibly put the control back in the hands of the individuals, and how can you let them make that bargain in a more effective way. People whose life is going to depend, and life and well-being is going to depend on you understanding exactly how well they're feeling right now. You know, that they're at the high end of the spectrum. If I'm gaining nothing from it, and I'm just being targeted by you for advertising in a way that I don't value, then I'm at the low end of the spectrum. And right now, because the tools don't exist to do this in a sophisticated way, we really end up back at process. You know, in really answering your question, you know, one of our clients is the ICO, and you know, we work with them in implementing these and shortly in putting an assistant out for them. You know, in the absence of a technological solution that doesn't exist right now, I think all you can really do is ensure that you have a process, you know, within your organisation, that you're thinking about the data in a structured way, that you're not accidentally collecting data that you don't need to, and where you are collecting it, then you're handling it in a responsible way, and that's all we can do right now.
That's excellent, thank you. I mean, there's a sort of another question to come in that sort of partly relates. That's more around data standards, I think. But great to hear that platforms that work on an open data basis, an app sharing example is fantastic. How can we get some of the larger software providers in the market to change the way platforms work so we can be more effectively integrating systems and data, e.g. health data? So that's probably a question for Simon and Martin again, but do you think that's a question of systems integration, or is it a question of data standards and data integration? Simon, have you got anything that you'd like to say on that one?
I mean, I think it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, we know that central government talked about, I'm trying to think of the name of it now, it's gone out of my brain, the open standards of sharing information and sharing development, and taking that approach and trying to be more open and encouraging software suppliers to work in that way. That's something that we've kind of bought into with our app share. In terms of integrations, I think that's about having the right data standards in place within your system and the right set of APIs available. And I think if those are available, then there's no reason why different systems shouldn't be able to talk to each other. But I do think you're right. I mean, there are certain areas of central government which are better, I think, at having data standards in place. You know, if you take the education sector, for example, they're very keen on that type of approach because they have to be, because of all the returns that go to central government. You take some other areas of local government, that's less, perhaps less of a higher level. So I think there are things that can be done there to standardise some of those data items, and that would make it a bit easier to share data, certainly.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think that's actually, to be honest, it's an area where local government's got a very good track record. The fact that we have a unique property reference number for every property in the country is down to local authorities collaborative across England, Wales and Scotland creating the standards, making them into British standards and commissioning the support to actually develop that national and maintain that national data set. We've got just a couple of minutes to go, so maybe I just ask for each of you in turn for one final comment in terms of, we've had this digital and technology acceleration, I think, for the sounds of it, in terms of the pandemic. So any other final comments on where next, or what we need to do next to continue that trend, make sure that we continue on the uptake? Kate, can I ask you to comment first?
Yeah, so I think it's a hard one. I've been battling with this one in terms of Cumbria. So we did really well through COVID, and I think what I'd like to do is take the learning from that. So everyone was focused on a goal, on a vision. There was no there wasn't over governance. There wasn't so much bureaucracy that it tied us in knots. We didn't have to go through several programme boards for decision making. It was just, we had to get on with it. And I think if we want to keep accelerating the kind of digital transformation, we need to take some of that learning and adapt it as our normal working practice. And we've talked about it, but I think the danger is that we drift back into our old working practices and things start to slow down again, because you lose that momentum and that kind of adrenaline rush that you had in those kind of initial stages. So it's how we take some of that and embed that as a long-term way of working,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Joanne, would you echo that, or are there
Definitely,
other? Yeah.
and I just think for me, one of the things we probably need to develop is an all-age digital buddy kind of system to remove some of the fear out there, because we need to use a digital platform to reduce social isolation. We know it's out there, it's huge, it's one way we can combat it, but in order to do that, we have to remove the fear, and I just think a digital buddy system like we've started to develop in Trafford, and I'm sure other areas have, we have to roll that out.
Brilliant, thank you. Martin.
Yeah, I think for all of its awful consequences that continue to roll on, the coronavirus has provided really a once in a generational opportunity where there's an appetite, amongst residents to engage in a certain way, and a technology that's available to do it. And I think picking up really on what Kate was saying, which is just trying to ensure that that you galvanise that into actions and change rather than settling back.
Thank you for that. In terms of the last comment, then Simon, I don't know whether you've got anything you wanted to say on the digital trends, and then I'll maybe wrap up.
Yeah, just to back up what Martin and Kate have said, really, I think there is a once in a lifetime opportunity here where we've been able to rethink the way in which we do service enablement, whether that be actual service delivery or digital provision to support a service delivery. And I think we've heard a lot about projects being implemented in a matter of weeks, which would otherwise have taken years.
Yeah.
And I think there's a real opportunity coming out of this. If there is a silver lining to the cloud, so to speak, that we can take that learning and go forward with that and go, actually, we don't need to do that full, going round and round and round and doing feasibility study after feasibility study to work out whether it's possible. And actually, if you grab it and run with it, and getting something in there is better than nothing. And actually, if you take that approach, and as we said earlier, taking the people with you, then I think there's some real good learning that we can take from what has been potentially a quite dark period.
Thanks, Simon. So it just remains for me to thank our guests, Joanne, Martin, Simon and Kate. Thanks for all of your input. Our next session is at 3 o'clock on public service adaptation to the virus. Just one other plug is that actually we are going to be doing a session on another date we just to announce around the lessons learned combined between Canada, the UK and Dubai as a minimum set, looking at actually some of the common lessons that Kate referred to. So look out on our website for that. And so again, see you at 3 o'clock. Cheers. Welcome back to this final session on public service adaptation. I'm joined here on the stage by Graham Simmons, iESE consultant, and I'm Jonathan Hewish, Chief Exec of Capital People. And online we've got Gerard McCormick from the Improvement Service Scotland. I'll perhaps say a few words by way of introduction. When Graham and I first worked with a number of organisations in England and started talking to Gerard about the pandemic, we were talking in terms of recovery and into this now second lockdown in England and other measures going on in other parts of the UK. I think adaptation is definitely much more of a kind of a word that we really need to use. We've learnt a lot as a country over this course of this pandemic, but actually I think we still got some way to go to implement some of those lessons. We're going to be living for this at least till 2023. We know that, and that's assuming that the vaccination programme, which we're reasonably confident will start in somewhere between December and March, but it's going to take several years to roll out. So it is about living on alongside the coronavirus. We've learned another few key facts really, which we need to take into account in our response. First of those is that actually most people, when they're infected with the coronavirus, actually are infected for about 20 days. And it's not untypical for them to be infected 4 to 6 weeks. And our rules currently say you go and self-isolate for 14 days. So that's leaving quite a few days afterwards when people can potentially spread the virus. And of course, that's without necessarily testing to see whether people are still infectious. The other thing that we've learned actually is that as that infection goes through the body, we actually need more than one test. There's no one single test that will tell you whether you're negative or not. You have to test someone to see if they're in the early stages or someone in the latter stages. So we're starting to bring together some of those technologies, and we're starting to think how they apply locally if you want to stay safe. And actually we need to do that at a very granular level and understand that and deploy that. And that means essentially, hopefully, if we deploy those solutions, we can return to not just to normal, not just to surviving, but actually going about a vibrant, useful, enjoyable life, which going into a second lockdown might seem some far away. But, you know, we have also, whilst we've got lessons to learn, come a long way. We have actually some significant successes. So perhaps I'll start by asking Graham if you can say a little about some of the work that you've looked at looking across English councils and the lessons learned there and what it means in terms of responding to a crisis.
Sure. So I've been looking at two things. So typical council responses to the COVID-19 crisis. But also some of the more general research on crisis and recovery. So a really good place to start is just to literally look at the dictionary, look at what the word crisis means, and it's a tipping point at where which, for example, in healthcare, where a patient can go either way, the situation, which is a close parallel with where we're at. I think some crises can be predicted. You can see somebody, getting worse and worse and worse and then reaching a tipping point. But with something like COVID-19, it's obviously hit us very quickly and very hard indeed. And there are some sort of common themes in the way people have kind of reacted to that. The words that sort of come out really are the sort of initial response stage. So dropping everything, dealing with the immediate response, crisis, so nothing else matters, just the immediate response. And then as we see, as we went through lockdown, there's, how can we actually restart services? What can we do to get things kind of starting to work again? And then you move more towards, hopefully, as we come out of the second lockdown, trying to look at the future. So how do we actually reimagine the future? And I think none of us actually know what that looks like at the moment. It's just gradually emerging. We're writing the sort of history book as we go with that. And then, ultimately, we want to get to renewal, where we're starting to really move forward again in a completely new way, in a completely new world. So there are various variations on that, but those are the kind of broad themes that come out when you look at the research.
Thanks, Graham. Gerald, you've been looking at council recovery plans in Scotland. Are there common themes there? Are there key lessons learned?
Yeah, thanks. And apologies for not being there in person today with you. But yeah, the themes are broadly similar. We had a look at the renewal plans that were in place over the summer, just to kind of gauge what levels councils were at. And again, it's highlighted there that they were broadly along the same lines in terms of firstly, the timing of them. So they were varied in terms of some of the topics they covered and the detail they would go into, but essentially they were focusing on 4 timelines, which we kind of categorised, which initially was the kind of current response. And looking from an initial lockdown perspective, that took us from about March to June. And over the summertime, there was then this focus on recovery and renewal planning. So it was the planning phase, and some councils are obviously still going through that at the moment. Moving further afield, as we hopefully start to emerge from this phase of the crisis, there's this kind of notion of transition. So what does it mean for the council? What services do they look to prioritise? How do they start to go about and to redesign services, but also harness some of the opportunities that actually come out of the response? And we can probably come on to some of that later in terms of some of the thematics round about that. But then focusing on, in terms of medium to long-term sustainability, there's very much this kind of notion of what does the new council look like? And potentially now, as I said, there's an opportunity to look at some of the things that perhaps we would like to have done in the past, but the response to the pandemic has actually kind of expedited some of that. So around community mobilisation, around empowerment, around focusing on prevention, etc. In terms of the thematics coming up round about it, there was very much things around kind of focusing on the council as a corporate body, what implications for services themselves. Secondly, focusing on the workforce. And it's not just the workforce in terms of the planning for the future, in terms of the skills and experience that are needed, but certainly the demographics of the workforce, the impact that this pandemic has had, and what that means for certain sections of the workforce itself. And then finally, there was a focus on community. So that was kind of how we categorised them. But I would say that they're broadly similar to, as I say, to probably what the experience sounds as if it's been in England as well.
Interesting. So there's some common themes already emerging there. I mean, it's not just about systems and processes, it's about the people. And, you know, most authorities that we speak to talk about they've been running at a furious pace and the dangers of burnout. There's something there about the organisation, its culture and behaviours that's enabled them to achieve what they've achieved.
No, absolutely. Doing some work with one authority at the moment, and it was interesting. First got engaged with them just pre-lockdown, the first lockdown, and very much at that point in the time they were thinking about what the future looked like. They were thinking about an organisational restructuring. Talked to them a month later in the middle of lockdown. All of a sudden it had shifted away from a restructuring into a space of saying, okay, how have our values shifted in the middle of this? What do we need to tweak? What does that mean for our strategy going forwards on a values basis? 2 months later, it had shifted again. And this is kind of an important point, really. It had got to a stage where well-being and mindfulness had taken over. And the focus had been on building teams within the organisation and building team resilience and being able to spread that across the organisation. And there's a whole new set of models that are starting to come through that start to link mindfulness, well-being, into resilience, into adaptability, and then into change. So there's a whole piece of work that's starting to come through, that's starting to say, okay, we need to focus not just on resilience as an individual, we start to need to think of what that looks like as a team. We need to be able to share that, we need to be able to anchor ourselves to things, and especially as decision-making under uncertainty. We've always talked about the fact that in the public sector, there's nothing that changes as much as change.
Yes.
Actually, I think we've pushed that to the limit this year.
I hope.
As one chief exec said to me the other day, so how are we preparing for the next Martian landing? What comes next? Nobody knows. But actually, our ability to be able to respond to that is very much based around resilience. And that very feeling of mindfulness is becoming very, very important now.
I've picked that up actually as sort of practicing change with some local authorities, whereby the one thing they say is we're having to sort of write the book on how to manage remotely. So, it's very difficult. Used to being in the office, used to actually walking around, checking on how people are doing. Some employees have taken to it like a duck to water, working remotely. Others need an awful lot of managing, and it needs to be clear what channel of communication they actually prefer. because if you're not careful, you're trying to text them, email them, and so on. So it's a big challenge.
Yeah, is that something you reflect as well, Gerald?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think this kind of notion of connectedness is really important for employees as well, particularly, where there are teams that are already in place, it becomes a lot easier to I suppose, harness that notion of team spirit, it's particularly when you're in the remote working environment, but you might have people working on themselves on particular projects. So it's about how do we make all that link together and how do we make people feel part of a team as well. And I think that notion of well-being, I think it's becoming more apparent because we all kind of jumped into it in the first phase and we just kind of got on with it. And the response, I think, from councils certainly and probably everywhere across the UK was phenomenal in terms of what they put together. So I think we're now kind of quite a few months into it, so we're actually thinking more about the well-being phase, thinking more about how do we make sure that people remain part of a team, how do we make sure they remain part of the organisation and they feel part of the organisation. And I think that's the challenge from a culture and leadership perspective that we probably want to focus on as we move forward. One thing I want to mention as well, and I think it's really important when we talk about local government, councils in particular, is that we sometimes tend to not underappreciate, but forget the sheer scale and range of services that they actually undertake and actually deliver. So to actually then prioritise that and put that into place in an emergency planning situation as we found ourselves in April, May and June was nothing short of remarkable. And so it's probably now that we've had a chance to reflect on that these kind of issues around wellbeing are now coming to the fore. Yep. So I think it is useful, I suppose, to take that space to have a think about that. But certainly there's nothing I've heard so far that would kind of diverge from what the thinking is around the table.
And we've had a question come in online, which is around that new world for employees working from home, as everyone's reflected, in terms of that being the new normal, which is a much used phrase these days. There's more new normals than we can cope with. But Michael from Dorset is saying, will council offices disappear completely? Will we ever go back to where we were in terms of people coming into a building? What's your kind of view on that?
I suppose sometimes it depends who you speak to, and certainly in some of the plans that we've seen, there is a notion that we've seen it work. So is there a need to go back to what we did before? Now, with that becomes its own kind of risks, benefits, etc., advantages, disadvantages. I think there's certain aspects of that for me that we need to bear in mind. One, there's the economic aspect. So we've probably not seen the complete economic impact of the response to the pandemic, and that'll probably felt quite severely for months, if not years to come. And councils will no doubt be grappling with the notion of the cost effectiveness of potentially having people working from home, aside from the economic benefit that having a council office in a town centre brings to the independent and the small, medium-sized businesses in that particular area at a time when we're looking at economic regeneration. So there's that aspect of it that they'll need to grapple with. I think the second one, I suppose, it's going back to what we were saying earlier, is what becomes default. So when we're thinking about service redesign, thinking about transformation, if we start to get us back to some sort of normality, and put that phrase in brackets, over the next kind of couple of years, do we start to revert to type, which is just go back to doing the way things we always did, or do we actually use this as an opportunity to grasp new opportunities as well, which then may well be much more flexibility, much more working from home. And dare I say it, I think we probably have seen quite an increase in productivity. And there's also environmental impacts as well with regards to that side of things with less people travelling. So there's all these things in the mix, but on balance, I think there is no doubt there will be a continued emphasis on flexible and remote working.
So continued emphasis, is that something that you'd see, Jonathan?
So there's an important thing that starts to come through in cultural terms about working from home as well. And I'll give you an example. So I had 3 back-to-back meetings not long ago, which were all from home, all on Zoom. And I'm sat there in one meeting, which was for the consultancy that I work for, that I'm chief exec of, very commercial. Half an hour later, I'm in another Zoom meeting, chairing a meeting of a housing association, very social purpose driven. Half an hour later, I'm actually in another session for a membership organisation, which is a very different feel again. But from my perspective, what I'm doing is looking at the same screen and actually some of the same participants across those meetings as well. how do I start to understand what that culture starts to feel like? How I need to behave, what values I connect to, when actually all I'm doing is looking at the same laptop screen all the time.
Yeah.
What does that mean for organisations and their ability to connect through values and culture? And that's going to be a challenge going forward, I think.
Massive challenge, really interesting. Graham, any reflections on that?
Yeah, I've noticed. I mean, it was a really good question, but I don't think it's as black and white as, there won't be any return to the office. I just think the balance will shift. There'll be less need to visit the office. There'll be more flexibility, so there'll be less travel. We might want to travel more socially, though, in the future, so that might make up more of our sort of week. One thing I have sort of pondered on is that there's a massive shortage of social housing and housing generally. And at this time, there's a massive amount of vacant property everywhere, including a lot of local government property. So, you can't tell what the future brings, but, surely there's going to be a time when we don't need such big offices. We need offices, but we don't need huge kind of, parks and land with offices. So, there might be a kind of a way of reusing, what we've actually got in the public realm.
And that itself brings another threat because, of course, during years of austerity, many authorities have invested in property in different ways, shapes and forms as a form of income. So at the same time, we're seeing the changes that will, of course, help our ways of working. Other organisations, you've talked about private sector, you've talked about third sector, are seeing the same thing. So actually, we could be seeing a reduction in the need for commercial property, and that, of course, potentially affects our income streams. Is that something that's come through in the sort of feedback from councils that you've seen?
Yeah, I've seen exactly that, and the whole, I'm dealing a lot with planning departments at the moment, and the whole, different balance of the way that that's working at the moment. Actually, just as an aside, one of the strange things is that a lot of planning departments are getting a lot more complaints about enforcement. And what they put it down to is the main reason is that we're all at home. So we all now get, irritated by the smallest kind of infringement, whereas before, we spent sort of 60 hours a week out and away.
Yeah, you're not
so
seeing
there are
it.
some bizarre kind of consequences of it.
Is there any sort of discussion of those potential impacts on authority finances, Gerard, in what you've seen?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, even from an immediate perspective, there's been huge impacts on the ability of authorities to raise income, whether that's through kind of fees and charges, particularly through parking lets, waste services in some cases, for example, as well. So even in the immediate term, there's certainly a loss of income there, but looking further afield, I think what we will see is another kind of impact of the economic side of this will be the ability of authorities to dispose effectively of assets that potentially at a market value that they might have held 12 to 18 months ago. The depreciation over this time period, particularly for, as you say, for commercial property, might also have an additional adverse impact, and therefore is there a need to think a bit more creatively, I suppose, around how we utilise those assets, utilise that space. And obviously, Graham mentioned there the ideas around about kind of social housing and whether bringing much more social housing back into town centres is a way of actually starting to reinvigorate them, rather than look to the commercial side of things all the time. So there's definitely options being considered.
Interesting. So we had another couple of questions. They're linked, so I'll maybe direct them to you first, Jonathan. You touched earlier on the importance of staff well-being, and there's certainly have been discussion around staff burnout and the pace that we're currently been running at, and that's going to obviously come back as the numbers infected go up. That home environment brings a challenge of switching off. How can councils seek to support staff in that regard?
So in terms of that, there's resilience is often thought of as people's ability to just keep going under tension. Actually, there's another really important piece in that, which is that recharge space and being able to build that in. And there's a number of responses that are starting to come through the system. So there are one-to-one sessions that are being offered by authorities. There's space to have focus groups talking about not work-based things. So there's a whole series of things that are starting to come through. I think that the challenge is, and it was alluded to there, is actually the scale of this in local government. The support to be able to deliver that kind of capacity of support, it's immense. And I know Alchemy is going to start to look towards coaching, but actually there's space to build that kind of process into there as well, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that's something that you guys have both seen in terms of your engagement with the councils. Are there any solutions out there? Is it a question of the scale of this at the moment is just so great that we're going to have to play catch up at some point in time?
I think there may be an element of that, although I do think that councils are trying obviously their utmost to support employees in any way that they can, and even simple things that I suppose that we can do ourselves. And it was mentioned earlier about the notion of having back-to-back Zoom meetings. Is that prior to that you would have been able to walk to different meeting rooms and have 10 minutes break, or you'd potentially be on a train going to a different location to go to a meeting, and we don't have that anymore. So I think there's probably a discipline in ourselves that when we are planning our meetings in our own diaries is that we need to think of ourselves sometimes a bit, just to kind of have that 10-minute breathing space, because it can become mentally exhausting to have these meetings one after the other all day. So it's about how do we support people and allow them that space, and don't, I suppose from my perspective is you know, from a leadership perspective, and it's something we all have to think about, is we need to think about the people that we work with and allowing them the space to be able to just have that time out, have that breathing space. As well, so I think there's an onus on us all to be reflective of that, even within our own organisations. But you know, we speak to a range of councils, and they're certainly looking at the OD side of things now, and the cultural side of things, as to the impact that it's having on employees and what measures that can be put in place. And that's certainly not lost on anyone at the moment.
And I guess that's affected the sort of work that you're doing as well, Graham, and you're subject to that as well.
Absolutely, I've noticed that a complete, you know, sea change from, you know, being in front of people day to day, you know, facilitating sessions and so on. And I think exactly as you said, you know, normally you might do 1 3-hour session in a day, but 3 hours of that is travelling there, 2 hours of it's travelling, you know, back and so on. You're working in a completely different way. There's a lot of work up front to be able to facilitate a session properly. And when you do get to do it, it's incredibly absorbing. So if you are facilitating something for 3 hours with 10 people online, you know, you're exhausted at the end of it, and you need to recognise that. So even though you don't need to travel home or do anything else, you're going to be tired. So exactly, I think as Gerard said, you know, building gaps, you know, between meetings if you possibly can, and try and, you know, organise your day accordingly.
And that's interesting. So you're not just doing the same thing but doing it online. You're actually having to redesign it so that actually you get the same impact as if you were in the room together.
You're redesigning it. You're having to cope with people being remote. You're having to cope with the technology as well. And all of this is sort of going on at the same time. You know, in your mind, it's quite. It's really absorbing, and you get a lot done. But you just need to recognise it does take it out of you.
Can I just add something in there as well? Is that one of the things we've been working to develop in the improvement service over the last few months is a series of COVID checklists, essentially. So we've had a successful self-assessment programme running for quite a number of years now, and we've adapted that to focus on how councils are coping during the response to the pandemic. And there's one section on it specifically focusing on support for staff. So it looks at, you know, what support is in place for staff, how do we look after people's mental health and well-being. So those toolkits are there for councils in Scotland to have a look at and allow them to reflect on that. And indeed, there's one or two that's already started to do that. So and that very much kind of not only allows us to share practice amongst authorities as well to find out what's happening elsewhere, but also allows them an opportunity to reflect as well on their own practice. So there's support in place to allow us to be able to help with that.
And that's an interesting segue into a question that's just come in, which is what new behaviours do leaders and managers need to exhibit as staff are increasingly working in the home environment? So does leadership adapt well to being online, Jonathan?
Does it adapt well? I think the biggest challenge for leadership is about being able to both develop, which is now harder, and maintain relational ability. That ability to connect through Zoom or whatever that platform might look like isn't quite the same as being in a room and connecting to somebody in what we call a more normal way. In terms of adaptiveness, I think absolutely that's become a critical behaviour. We've talked about adaptive leadership for years, But if you look at just the nature of the shift in behaviours required by leaders over the last 6 months, it's gone from the immediacy of going into lockdown and being a very driven, focused leader in terms of getting things done, making things happen. Then it's gone into a space of saying, once you've got those processes in place, about saying, how do we work with others in this space? So it's become that relational piece, the partnership piece. And as we're starting to head out, or as we were starting to head out of COVID, it started to look towards the future and become more visioning. Now it's heading back into COVID. Where do we go next? That adaptability, the pace of adaptation of leadership has increased so fast. I think the challenge is knowing contextually where you are and how to adapt to that at that point in time.
Interesting.
Yeah, we spoke about that, it came up earlier in the conference, didn't it? As you were saying, it's where you are in the cycle. Do you go for command and control, where you absolutely take control and tell staff what to do? Or do you go for trust? Those that are closest to the decisions, make the decisions. And as you say, it probably depends on the cycle. But, it is a real challenge. One of the things that I find is that some people struggle to manage remotely. Some people find it a lot easier. I think, if you are a good manager with good management skills, you'll find it much more easier to convert online. But obviously there are multiple challenges around it.
Interesting. So we had another question come in, which is there is a cultural, so following the same theme, there is a cultural challenge in ensuring flexible working is flexible rather than just office at home, or indeed probably 24-hour office at home. And this is probably so. How is this going to be worked through? So any thoughts on the sort of cultural challenge for organisations in moving to home working?
So there's a big part about understanding what that looks like, and that will look different for every single individual. Actually, you choose two individuals, they'll have a different take on where on that continuum it lies. Is it what it was? Is it what it is now? Is it somewhere in between? So for a team, for an organisation, where does that land? Every organisation will have a different take on that. Actually, even within councils, the different departments will have different views on that as well, because they have different requirements. So there's no one space that we're aiming for, and I think that becomes a challenge for everybody, figuring out that and working through that.
Reflects back to what values you're following, doesn't it? I mean, clearly, if you're working remotely, there's got to be a move away from just doing the hours in the office to output that you're providing. But you can take that too far, because obviously you can expect far too much output, and people are just living with their work, day in, day out. So it's trying to get that balance right, really, I think, for each individual team and team member, really.
And not knowing if you're not there, you won't see how much time and effort it's taken to produce that result. So there's someone might have worked all through the evening to produce something the next morning, and then you've got to expect that again and again and again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Is any sort of comment, Gerard, on that?
Yeah, I would just have to agree with what's been said, and I think going back to, I suppose, the previous question as well, I think everyone's learning each day. I don't think anyone would say that we've got this kind of the leadership in a remote world kind of completely sussed yet. But I think what we are seeing is a greater degree of empowerment towards people as well, and a greater degree of trust. And I think what was proven to be in terms of the response phase is it just shows you what can be done within that environment when we do trust people to actually get on and deliver as well. I think it's been a bit of an eye-opener. And I think going towards the notion of how do we start to work flexibly, we've seen a move over the last kind of 3 or 4 years in terms of kind of appraisals, performance management, whatever you want to call it, has moved from this kind of notion of quite kind of specific tasks, etc., that need done to much more of an outcome-focused appraisal system or performance management system. And I think by actually starting to embed that a lot more within organisations, I think it does develop that degree of trust that we need to make remote working and flexible working much more effective or as effective as it can be as we move forward, because I think we probably are seeing the end of the kind of the 9 to 5 almost, which is a good thing, and allow people to work round about their own lives but still feel as if they're empowered to deliver what they're expected to deliver. And I think we've definitely seen a lot more of that, and it's just about, well, how do we harness that? Because we've rushed into remote working, and we all did it very, very quickly. But there are implications from it. So there'll be policy, there'll be legislative implications, there'll be cost implications potentially as well for organisations. So once we get through this, we probably need to just take a bit of a breath and think about how we start to manage that, so that it becomes much more sustainable in the longer term.
I think there's probably two things that start to come through for me around this in terms of both leadership and culture. Firstly, I think everybody now accepts that there's no right one solution, no one right answer to anything anymore. There's an answer, and we all work collectively to make that happen. And I think that's becoming an important thought. And another one I heard recently about leadership, which was interesting, was saying, to get this quote right, it was about being an anchor. Leadership's about providing an anchor for people in the storm of uncertainty. Yep. And I loved that phrase. Yep. But actually, for people who are in those leadership spaces, and it's not just the senior managers or the leaders of councils, actually that can be individuals within teams right the way across an organisation, helping support people in terms of their well-being as well. Having those anchor points, that there's some consistency in that is really important. Yeah.
That's a really interesting, I like the phraseology, anchor in the storm, because I think it probably doesn't just apply to the manager with the team. It probably applies to how local authorities have behaved within their communities. I think there's we talked about it a number of times today, but there's a high level of trust because local authorities have delivered. So that trust from staff to managers, but also residents to authorities. Is that something that came up in your discussions, Graham?
Yeah, people have had to quickly design new processes. For example, in planning, sign off, having, normally it going kind of all around the office on paper, signing this off, quickly, rapidly designing, processes. And in some ways, working online does give a certain freedom. It allows meetings to be convened really quickly. It allows people to get together. You know that generally they're going to be present. It allows for collaboration and the sharing of something that you might be building, a report or a presentation very quickly. So there are certain freedoms as well to it, which obviously need to be managed. But you can sort of get round the habit of kind of emailing everyone about everything, because you might as well just get together and talk it through.
There's also something to add to that, if it's okay if we've got time, is that within the whole remote working field, I think it's very useful to remember as well that the whole governance and decision-making process went online very, very quickly as well. Yes. And it's something we've realised in the support and the training we run for elected members, is that the speed at which councils managed to put their whole decision-making structures effectively remote working, and some are still doing it as well, I think just shows as well that the crucial role, and we can't forget the crucial role that the elected members play in, I suppose, adapting to that new normal as well, and then the workforce seeing that is an acceptable way to have things working, so that the message comes from the administration right through the organisation as well. So that's a very important aspect of it for myself.
Yeah, no, agree. We were very early on. You were seeing council meetings going online, people working out how to interact with members of the public in a council meeting, how to securely vote online, and all of that happened within days of the first lockdown. So no, I think it's been one of those great successes that actually now we don't think was a great thing. If you'd have talked to people about putting a council meeting online and voting online and opening it to the public prior to that, you probably would have got laughed at. But yeah, so we've moved on a lot. One further question around the sort of the staff issues that's come in is both one, how can we support talent? How do we identify and support talent in that remote working environment? And the other one is for those that aren't as capable with digital, how do we help them with their capabilities, their skills, and their comfort with using those sort of methods? Any lessons coming up on that yet?
Really, just I think sort of a bit of patience and having a sort of plan B. I've worked with people at all levels of competence, and sometimes you do get a session where someone hasn't actually managed to join it. So you just need to default to perhaps sending them something and actually talking it through with them. It's still possible to send presentations, talk them through. It's still possible to have a phone conversation. You can't possibly be with them, so you're going to have to use some kind of digital medium or other, but I guess just having a sort of plan B, really.
I think around the talent piece, there's definitely something about using informal space and remembering informal space. It's very easy in the Zoom world to just move from formal session to formal session, focusing on those particular issues, but actually the talent identification piece quite often happens outside of that. So we need to create spaces, even in this virtual world, to enable that to happen. So for me, there's very much something about that informal space.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, just to add to that, I'd like to come back to as well from, I suppose, the second part of that question. is that what we need to obviously bear in mind is that not everyone has the luxury of going to a study within their house or has a free dining room table all day as well. So there will be employees that we need to make sure that there's sufficient office space for them to access. So it has to be inclusive. I think we sometimes kind of forget the inclusivity that we have to have for employees in terms of being able to provide them spaces to work. So this, going back to what we were talking about earlier, it's kind of going full circle about, you know, is it here to stay? We will need to have some office space, and as a balancing act, because we need to think of the employees who don't either have at a basic level might not even have the access to the bandwidth to enable them to work effectively as well, or an effective space as well. So these are all the things in the mix that we need to think about when we're thinking about, I suppose, people being able to make the most of the digital opportunities that they have.
Yeah, thanks for that, Joe. So we've got perhaps a lighter question coming in. So it's we've all faced issues with colleagues and the mute button during Zoom calls. What novel technicalities have you faced over the last few months? So kind of, you know, colleagues standing up and walking away in their boxer shorts. I don't know, but
I've had the challenge of trying to run a sort of 3-hour workshop across lunch, and you know, kind member of the family sort of bringing me lunch, which was great. You know, so you sort of, you know, get it from the side. But we were discussing earlier. It's then what do you do with it then? It's quite rude to sort of be eating a sandwich, you know, in front of the screen. So you kind of, I think a technique that I learnt was to sort of ask an open-ended question, you know, get people to talk for a bit, and then maybe just come off the camera, you know, for a moment. Or obviously building some, you know, comfort breaks and so on. But yeah, you do get some interesting ones. Another quick one was, you know, we're getting lots of home deliveries from Amazon and so on. And we've got a couple of dogs in the house as well, so the mute button is sort of going on and off the whole time, and it always seems to be when you're in a session. But everybody understands, you know, everybody's got some interruption or somebody walking past, you know, in boxer shorts at some point. So we all seem to be a bit more forgiving, I think, you know, the things that just wouldn't put up with in the office.
So I was chairing a board meeting, and one of my board members got summoned by his wife to dinner. So that was an exit stage left. Another one, we have a particular focus, a particular group that get together to focus on particular activities, which has become known as the Barking Mad Group, because every one of us has a dog who keeps interrupting. So we have one of those. And then a friend of mine had the fabled story of one of their housemates coming in a Borat mankini. But that was far too visual, that one, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Gerard, anything for you?
No, I'm afraid I've got nothing as out there as that. Because I'm in the house myself during the day, I get very jealous of when I'm in Teams meetings with people, and you can see them when they're on mute, indicating from whoever's in the house with them that yes, they would like another cup of coffee or a cup of tea brought to them. Yep. And I'm afraid I don't have that luxury, so I've got to wait till the end to be able to access them myself.
No, I think my only one was I was busy in a Teams meeting, and we were actually having a bit of a door at the back of the house blocked up. So the door had been taken away, there's a gap, and the bricks hadn't gone up yet. And I've got two, as you know, large 50-kilo German Shepherds, and they were in the room with me. And we've got doorknobs, which I thought were okay, not handles. And the younger one had turned the doorknob, and all I could see was the tail and the bottom disappearing at high speed down the corridor towards the builder, with great glee in his face and a shock look in the builders. So yes, that was the kind of barking mad gone wrong. Yeah. The builder fortunately could run quite fast. So that, I mean, we've talked a lot about the kind of the initial response, the burnout, the new forms of leadership, coming out of that, and actually how we build up our resilience individually and collectively. That gets us to coping with peaks. But we are. I've been in meetings with folks from China and New Zealand and others around the world, and the view commonly is, this is the normal. It may get better and worse over time, but living alongside viruses like this is something we have to adapt to. In terms of that adaptation, we therefore need to make sure that our shops, our businesses, all those ordinary places that are part of everyday life can continue in an environment where there may also be a source of infection present. What, if any, lessons are coming up about how we will adapt our everyday lives? Is there anything coming through yet on that?
I suppose it's emerging, isn't it, as we sort of think it through. I mean, you know, we've been able to, this is an example today of have a conference actually where some of us are here but socially distanced, some of us are remote. So this is an example of, you know, how we are, you know, day by day adapting to the current situation. Just looking at one of the sort of questions there, you know, what lessons have we learned? One of the things that I was quite concerned about when we went into this initially was that it's really important for me to establish some sort of connection and relationship with a new client, you know, and face-to-face is the only way to do that. So I was quite concerned that it'd be quite difficult to start talking to leaders and chief execs, you know, remotely and to establish that. But actually, that hasn't really been a problem because I think they recognise that you're trying to do that as well. You're talking to people in their homes and so on. So the tone of the conversation is slightly different, but, you know, I don't know if it's a lesson, but it's something that I sort of it's kind of dawned on me that it's not as difficult as you might think.
I think there's something about just keeping moving forward. If there's one thing I think the evolution's taught everybody over generations, actually, no matter what the issue is, we will adapt and we will keep moving forwards. I think trying to do that as positively as possible is what's enabling lots of this to carry on. Finding those silver linings, it's the Chinese thing, isn't it, where the other side of crisis is opportunity. How do we come together to keep finding those opportunities and new ways of doing things?
Gerard, any lessons from your side?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree with what's been said, and I think the thing for me in terms of what we're learning, I suppose, coming out of it, is that there's the inequality aspect of it as well. And we need to be mindful of supporting the more vulnerable groups in our society to be able to deal with the effects of this, because it's going to affect different groups in different ways. So you look at the economic impact, you potentially look at the impact of people, vulnerable children and adults as well. Is that whilst we all might, unfortunately, be people who have actually catch the disease or suffer from the disease as well, the actual wider societal implications can affect some pockets of society more than others. So for me, it's about learning the lessons of moving forward as public authorities. How do we ensure that those support mechanisms continue to be in place for people, particularly if we face challenges like this again over the next kind of few years as well? And I think that should be at the root of our planning for many of our services.
Yes, we've got another question come in that relates to this in a way. It's not just an opportunity for us, but also for our communities. You were mentioning earlier in the day, Jonathan, the idea that people actually now living in more rural communities, actually because they don't need to commute, actually further from cities, actually do have greater opportunity. And for those authorities where perhaps they can't draw in the staff that they need, again, can be dealing with remotely. Is that something that you've been kind of seeing already?
Yeah, and actually, so obviously from Wales, that's something that's become a major focus of regeneration and opportunity. Even for the housing association that I chair, which is based in the valleys, we now have staff who are living in North Wales, we have staff who are living in England, and that just wouldn't have been tenable previously. You'd want them to be in that one space and connecting. So that the availability of talent, the capacity to do things has shifted. The opportunities there's more. Actually, I think now it's much more about finding the right capability rather than trying to find it on your doorstep. So it's a hugely different space.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a couple of things that come up there. I've had a couple of situations where people have started to work in different areas. So there's a planning authority I'm working with on the south coast, and someone there has managed to get promotion to London Borough of Islington. So it's somewhere in London, but they can still live on the coast. The feeling that I have is that as we go forward and as we can draw talent from everywhere and not just geographically close by, that the brand and reputation of the organisation is going to be equally, if not more important, to the sort of geographic location. Because as you would know, it's sort of come to Wales, green and pleasant valleys, but it's actually going to be the brand of the organisation that you're going to want to work for. Because in theory, you could literally, work for an organisation from anywhere. So that's going to become really important.
Yeah. So I mean, I think of it myself. I think that one of the areas which I think we've got to capitalise on. I think there's been a huge range of developments, both technical and process, in other sectors in the country and around the world. And I think we need to onboard some of those. Our approaches relatively undeveloped. So there are technical solutions now, which I saw one last week, which you plug it into your air system and it will clean the building of any virus in the air. You can get things that will coat the surfaces of tables and walls, and it will keep any COVID coming off on it for 10 days. So lots of technical solutions which will help us adapt our environment. So there is a really clear, I think, light at the end of the tunnel. This isn't going to just be about continually recovering from spikes in infection. And I think we start to bring some of those technical solutions together. We will certainly see an ability to flourish in that sort of virus-laden environment. So there is more positive things to come. I think we've come to the end of our session here, and so I'm just going to wrap up with some closing remarks. First of all, before I go on to that, just to thank the team here, Graham, Jonathan and Gerard. Thank you all for your contributions in this session. And then overall, I'd just like to thank Peter and the team from Clip behind the scenes who've kept the technology going for the day. I'd like to thank Annabelle and Sharif from the iESE team who've helped to, have organised us and kept us on track during the day and kept everything going that you've seen. It's been a fantastic, and thank you as the audience, over 300 people participating in this event today, so that's brilliant. And thanks, of course, to all the amazing speakers who've joined us either here or online. A great day and a great number of really interesting points. Starting the day with regeneration, never more important than it is now. We have seen trends that are affecting our communities for some time. The pandemic has radically accelerated them, and as we've said in this session here today, there are threats from the way in which property within an area, the values will change, the use will change, and that's going to affect economically the sector as well as our communities. But on the other hand, as you said, Jonathan, there are opportunities in that. Actually, there are opportunities to reshape our communities and actually bring life to them through digital in ways that they weren't there before. We moved on to community enablement and actually what that really means around creating vibrant and resilient communities, and clearly seeing those participants that actually had engaged in that in depth before the pandemic being able to respond very fast and very, very, very clearly, and actually helping build that trust that we know is so important in that response. And then we followed on that with continuing the digital trend and needing to get things done in the right way to deliver results quickly. Some brilliant examples from Kate in Cumbria, from Joanne in Trafford, about how they had developed, the sector developing a track and trace app in less than 10 days at no cost to the authority, with one person doing the job amongst 10 other things. I think there's some lessons for central government there in what delivery means. And then finally to our session that we've just had on public service adaptation. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Not only have we succeeded in that initial emergency response, actually, if we look after ourselves and our colleagues and do what we do best, which is learn that best practice and share it amongst ourselves, we will build the communities that rebound from this stronger than they were before. We will build back better. So thank you all for joining us here today, and goodbye from all of us at iESE, and go well.